Well, I still need to. I still need to start. But I just want to.
Oh no, I'm going. You're good.
Lovely. All right. Well, let me start then.
Rack.
All right. Move mouse around. Let me know that you're here. Oh, you know what? I think I gave you keyboard instead of mouse. My bad.
Okay. I was like, normally my thing would switch over to it.
All right. Do it again.
Yes, I see it.
Sure. Move mouse. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to hopefully the final episode of Tangle Tower. The plan is that Saba is going to try her best to finish the game today. At a minimum, is to finish the game today, and I think she should be well in the good pacing to do so. And then depending on how much time we have left, I would love to do Mermaid Mask because the demo is quite short.
Have fun lurking,
it's essentially like one room exploration, if that, just to kind of like tease Mermaid Mask when that comes out. But for the time being, I think we're good to go. You ready?
Yep. Okay.
All right, take it away.
We were here. I think we just re-summarized everything, and I said I needed information.
And you had some good observations that were interesting.
So I was like, I don't want
to.
What?
Sorry.
I was like, I don't want to confirm.
My thing was to remind you what you said last time, just in case you don't remember. You said you wanted to make sure you explored all of the rooms first, and then went back to do the suspicions, and then go back to talk to everybody about your the new people and items that you have and stuff.
Probably. I don't know whether or not it may be best to go talk to everyone. Well, probably suspicions, because I'm gonna bump into them anyway. So okay. For now, though,
I would recommend especially if you want to save time, I would recommend doing the suspicions first, just because you might get more evidence, which you would need to talk to people about anyway.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So I would recommend that. I will remind you that there was an observation that you made during the re-summarization of the statements that I wanted to just kind of remind you of, because I think it was very smart of you to do so. You observed that, what's his name? Felix, dad, like sea pirate dad or whatever.
Yeah.
He heard one set of footsteps, and then after that heard a second set, and that's when he went out into the hallway and saw, I don't remember exactly who, but he saw it was like,
I think Poppy going down the steps.
I want to say it was Poppy, because it was Poppy and Fritz, or whatever his name is, right? Fitz, who went up and discovered the body first, right? So it makes sense that it would have been Poppy.
I think I'm most suspicious of them
down.
too. Poppy and Fitz, actually. I think right now.
Sure, because I remember asking you that. I remember asking you who do you most suspect right now, and you were kind of like, it was kind of hard. So it's interesting to hear that you've had some sort of a decision on that.
Yeah, for now, just because it's there's the biggest it seems like backstory things happening between them that I think would cause discourse in the family. But
sure,
we're gonna figure it out. So I'll do these bottom ones
you mean
first.
Discord?
I guess that it'll just eventually.
Discourse would just be conversation, whereas Discord,
yeah, I guess Discord would be better.
Yeah,
to use
well, because you're right in both cases. People are definitely talking about them.
Yeah,
but I don't know if talking would necessarily lead to murder.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was the thing. I don't know if it's the murder, but definitely they're gonna cause a big problem.
It's definitely interesting. I agree.
Yeah. So let's go here first. I'll do. And this is Fifi's room.
Fifi's room.
Fifi's room. Okay.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
Probably.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Giant magnifying glass.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Sorry, Betty.
I could pull off a pipe.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
Okay.
There is no way on
He's
heaven or
got
earth
something
that these
pinned up here.
two
What
are
is all
not
this?
like dating in my mind.
That's hilarious. So obviously this is connected to this. They're obviously
This is kind of just illustrating that like who has a connection to who. It's kind of fucked
Here we
up
go.
that
Here's
in
the
this,
Poppy thing.
Yeah, like, the Fitz and Poppy makes sense, but it's kind of fucked up to like on this list. Wait, who the fuck is the one at the bottom?
That's us. That's.
So she recently wrote that?
I think so.
Oh yeah, cause that's Sam or whatever. Okay, sure. Well, cause what's her face? Freya's not on here, which is interesting to note.
No, I don't know why these two are directly connected though either.
Well,
Besides being related.
He is her uncle, and he is the one that has been quote unquote like her father figure since her parents like died or left or whatever.
And that's why she's jealous of like Poppy because he doesn't really treat him.
Because he doesn't really see her as a daughter or whatever, and he's very impressed.
Forgot about
with
this.
her daughter.
Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
It is fucked up
Arrows
in a lot of
connecting all
ways
the
though
different
that
suspects.
there isn't
not
a line
labeled, though.
between Fitz
Yeah, they're
and
completely
Penny,
meaningless.
the people who are getting married.
See, that's. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
It's a drawing of Penny.
I like it. It's a drawing of Poppy.
It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing.
Looks like Fifi's got a
Did you
artistic
notice
side.
who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
That's a good point. I guess Fifi would already know her connections to everybody.
That's a whole lot of books.
I like books.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Puzzle time!
I'm not sure this...
Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. You are trying to make that image at the bottom.
Oh!
Well, that's interesting.
Oh, it's too much magnification.
You can see, by the way, if you look at the place where you're actually grabbing, it's plus, 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 plus. Minus,
Yeah. I
minus.
saw that. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Like, this isn't classified as too big, right?
That would be too big, yes.
So this would make more sense.
I think that's more correct. I will remind you that, once again, it won't just tell you when you're right either. Like, you have to actually click the button.
Yeah, so I just don't know how to get the double notch unless, like, this is supposed to be, like, this. And,
I mean, that does kind of look like what it's looking for.
oh, and this is a
Problem is
little
that
higher.
The problem is that there's, like, that gap.
This one?
I think that would prevent it from working, yeah. You could always just click the button and see if it works.
Yeah.
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different...
Yeah, I know that. Thank you. Like, this, I think, is 100% right.
Yeah, it looks right to me. I mean, to be fair, if you were to move all of the things to the side and then just look at what the picture is, could you just, like, identify visually which one needs to be magnified the most, and then second most, and then third most, and then which needs to be shrunk? Right? Can you kind of see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, in terms of, like, this is the biggest gap, so that's why I was thinking that needs, like, this.
So that's
right,
like a +3, that makes sense.
That's
Or
really
times 3.
tiny, so the +1 makes sense, but, like... It's not, like, lining up as I thought it would line up, so... That's definitely not strong enough. Let me see here. That's definitely too big. Maybe it's that. Wait, hold on, never mind. Sorry, I need this guy. This is definitely a little awkward. I definitely don't think that's it, but okay.
Nope. You need to know.
Yeah.
Looks like you might need to.
You did kind of cinch up the gap though, which is pretty good.
Yeah, the gap is what I was trying to aim for. This one's making things awkward.
It's really funny. I looked at my announcement from Ovalborg of like, hey, the stream's on, and straight up it looked like you had the answer in the picture that's on the that's on the thumbnail.
That's pretty funny. I'm like 90% there, I feel like.
I think you are.
This is Borkin with me. Oh!
Not that one.
I don't even know what I'm seeing anymore. Okay. It definitely has to be that, because that's shorter. Nah, man, I think I'm like 90% there and I can't see that last 10%. Because I'm like moving the same things. Like clearly this goes here, clearly this goes here. I'm just borked right here.
Big key.
Even bigger key. Yeah, and like that clearly doesn't make sense, right? So unless it's like no, like you see, it's getting worse progressively. That's good enough there. And I'm back where I started. Like, this is the only place to stop the... No, I already did this. See, like, this doesn't work because this is, like, the same height as this. That's why this is 100% right here. Okay. Oh. Oh, my hand is too far away. Come closer. Can't use the keyboard anyway. Okay.
Would you like a clue?
Yeah, like I said, I feel like I'm 90% there. I'm just a little lost.
I'm gonna describe this as vaguely as possible, just so that way you still have to figure stuff out. The only thing that you have in the correct position right now is the minus. Everything else needs to be over a different part than what you have right now. That includes your +3.
Okay.
No, that was it.
All right.
Nice
That's
work.
definitely nicer, because looking at this, I think my brain also thought it was actually, like, this side was shorter. So that's why I was like, okay, that works.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
A book? Was this a diary?
Secret diary from Fifi's room. A well-used book resembling a diary. It is locked with a strange metal device.
Yeah, we can't
A
do
piece
it.
of evidence that might be worth presenting to Fifi.
We just show up, like, in front of her with her
Hey, we broke
diary.
into your room and stole your secret
Boxes
diary.
of stuff.
Okay, I think that's...
Hold on. Check the waste paper basket.
A pretty ornate window with a great
We're
shade.
supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
Get rid of the thing that lets in
Stuff
light.
Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
Oh. Spacebar.
That might
I
just
give
be
it
a
5
that
minutes
might just
before
be
you're in
a
there.
font thing. I don't know. Can you click on it again?
Stuff Fifi's thrown
You
away.
gonna
Is it
rummage
the
through?
same?
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
that is quite.
I give
The-
it 5 minutes before
The
you're
reason I wanted to specifically call out the waste paper basket was that in the
What's that
previous
big
game,
book?
Looks like something Fifi's been
is it a clue?
several
I hope not. It's just a bunch of
extremely
notes about her
important clues to
microbiome.
solving the mystery were just fully in trash cans that were kind of scattered around the place. And when you got them and presented them to Sam, remember she was like a suspect in that case. She fully is just like, "Did you get these out of the trash?" And he goes, "No." And she's like, "All right, trash boy, whatever you say." Wow, you're making your people fucking get a workout.
They need it, okay?
Penny's room.
The birds.
That's a big window.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Birdie.
They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds.
We combining things together to make whatever's in the middle? Yellow and thing equal green.
Do red
Nope.
and...
No.
I'll say
Must
do
be
red and
something to
brown
do
make
with
green.
those.
I don't know about that.
Um,
Wouldn't it be yellow and blue make green, Saba? Not green and blue make yellow.
did I say green and blue?
You did. You just
Oh.
had green in the middle.
Sorry,
and
my
you said that they made yellow.
sorry, sorry. So I definitely think this and this make this, because this is the only like weird one that's not fully in color. Why is just white here? I don't get it. And do their eyes have anything to do with each other? This guy's looking at that guy. That guy's looking straight in the middle. Once again, someone's freaking calling me! I'll kill them.
God, Saba, really?
Yeah, they keep bugging.
She doesn't put up boundaries. Motherfuckers just call her whenever. Not even a text. Like, hey, do you have time?
Like, you're right. He could totally just text me that he sent me something instead of calling me to tell me he sent me something.
That's why we have texting.
You'd think they'd know that, you know? And these guys are asleep. Do you like my, Do you like my placement?
No. You're actually kind of close, but you're actually just not thinking about this. Like, you could solve this in one swap, but I don't know if you understand why that one swap would work.
I definitely probably would not, but...
Okay, great. So
Yeah.
Blue and yellow make what?
Green.
Green and white make what?
Lighter green.
Do you have a bird that's perhaps a lighter green? So don't click
Do
on anything just by
Do
yet.
red
This
and
is the
brown
solution.
make green?
Why would red and brown? No, Saba, it's a family tree. It's descending. Green and red make brown.
Oh.
You fucking dork ass.
Oh, I didn't
It's a
really
family
see
tree.
Oh,
Now
I
don't-
was
now
looking
don't
at it
click-
just this is a
I know
combination.
you were
yeah.
because you weren't thinking. You were just like I get what you were going for, but it is a family tree. So this puzzle I actually think is very interesting because you kind of figured out on the other part. Because I've told you before that I really appreciate it. Like whenever I design puzzles, if there is a color element to it, you always should pair it with some sort of symbol. So that way, people who are colorblind will be able to still solve the puzzle without having to have like total color vision, right? And so your thing of like, oh, do their eyes have anything to do with this is actually extremely correct. Because if you look, blue and yellow are looking at each other.
Yeah.
So when they combine into green, it's just looking forward, right? Now, if you look at green and red is completely closed with a straight eye, and so brown is slightly open with a straight eye. And you see how it's like,
Yeah,
It's
now
just
it's
a
just narrow,
combination of-
and because this is like, yeah.
it's their combination of their eyes. So like if you were totally monochromatically like colorblind, you
could
could
still do
still
it.
solve this puzzle, and I think that's really cool.
Nice. Okay, okay. That's
That's
pretty
the one.
dope.
Hey, not bad.
Red and brown make green? What are you talking about?
I was like, I don't understand, and then you were like,
What
"Stop!
the
It's
fuck are you
descending.
talking about? You're
It's
stupid.
descending." Because I thought, like, you know, I was
Why?
like, I thought these all from outward combined inward, not going down.
Combine inward into green for some reason?
What's in there?
Wouldn't they all combine into brown?
Now I'll get.
Crumpled paper
Oh,
in Penny's room. A
huh,
ripped piece
I-
of paper crumbled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her.
No, I think this is Penny to Poppy. I think maybe Penny knows. I think Penny
A little tea
knows
set.
that
One of the
her
cups has tea in it.
sister
What's in the other one?
is the one
seed.
who's like with
A
her
little bedtime reading?
fiance, which sucks.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
Murder
this one
mystery.
appears to be both.
Nice.
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 Traveling cases.
Empty.
I'm
All
gonna
of
give you a
them.
little hint as well. Make sure to click on the wall behind, not behind, but like on the far side of the bed, like from where we are. Yeah, that wall. Yeah.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Interesting little factoid.
I'm not exactly sure because we don't have access to behind the wall.
Correct.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower found in Penny's room. A brightly colored flower with the unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color.
Yes. Hopefully this is not something that Fitz is actually trying to kill Penny via this flower. Man, what a second aside conspiracy theory that would be.
What?
Like, if there's this whole subplot to murder Penny.
That Fitz is actually trying to kill Penny because he wants to be with Poppy. I mean, I guess. I don't know.
I think we've
I still don't
everything.
fully understand how old Fitz is, I guess. How old is he compared to... Because, like, Penny seems like a woman, right? Like, she seems like, you know, early to mid-20s.
I feel like we could ask Fifi and she would know.
About Penny?
Like how it's like, about Fitz's age or whoever's age, because she says it, I think.
I don't know if we could get that answer specifically. The reason I ask is just because, like, Poppy is 19, and I feel like, I mean, I guess it's not really that bad for, like, a 21-year-old to be dating a 19-year-old, hypothetically. But, like, I don't know. I worry that Fitz is actually, like, 25.
Okay, I think I've clicked on everything.
Ever get
I think
the
you
feeling
did.
you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
Either way, I think. Should we... Let's... Okay, so because we do still need to hit up here, but I think
you should do the attic last.
Yeah.
Welcome to Poppy's room.
With the octopus.
It's an octopus.
Why
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Funny.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music found in Poppy's room. The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate, old-fashioned illustrations. Illustrations of a rose.
Ah! Something about the sheet music. Something about a rose.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright.
Oh. Oh, yeah, of course.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Oh, you mean like one on top of
More handwritten
the
sheet
roof?
music. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top.
Oh.
I did it.
Do
What
you
do I win?
understand? Okay, real quick. Do you understand why those buttons were doing that?
No. I don't think
Yeah,
I think
okay. Because you kind of just intuitively figured it out, and that's good enough because you still found the solution. The 4 like dials on the end, they had basic shapes. It was like square, circle, the letter Y, and then the letter X. The buttons down at the bottom are combinations of those symbols. So it's a square plus an X, circle plus an X, circle plus a Y, square plus a Y.
Yeah.
And so that's how you were supposed to figure out, like, oh, if I click this, these 2 will move and whatever. But you just kind of intuitively did it. So good job.
Not bad.
Yay!
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Ripped photo.
Wow.
A The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photos shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room.
So this is what Poppy used to be like, I think.
I do believe that this is what Poppy used to look like before she went goth, but I would like to point out
There's something about that
sure,
pink
yeah.
cassette tape.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Yeah.
I would like to point out something about that photo that I think is interesting. Where was the photo taken?
In front of the pond. With the statue. With the harp.
We would call it a fountain, I think, but yes.
Yeah. You're right, yeah. Ouch.
More handwritten sheet music.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
A musical vampire.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
So I
Just a
wonder
bunch
what
of clothes on the floor.
happened.
Nothing weird about that.
To you.
It's because they're lighter colored.
Empty.
I
Anything
believe there
in the
are
drawers?
two
Nothing you
things
need to know
in this
about.
room of significance that you haven't observed yet.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
That's the rose that fits probably Taylor.
In that picture, that makes sense.
Yeah. What else am I missing? This really dark corner.
Gloomy.
I mean, that is cool.
But roomy.
But I would have you open up your map. Oh, never mind. You already found it.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
It literally has an
Move the
arrow
top-
pointing.
okay. Yeah. Slide.
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns.
I think it is. But
Yeah, I understand the sun and moon reference here. But
Can I give you a little ditty for the sake of time?
yes, diddy.
You do not have the information you need to solve this puzzle.
Okay.
I guess we'll come back later.
Well, that does save us a lot of time. So, okay. I think based on what you
I
said
will
now.
tell you, I definitely spent like 12 minutes trying every single combination on that 4x4 grid.
I don't think we have the information for the fountain either. That I've seen.
This is Fitz's room.
This man's room is... This is not a room. This is a prison cell.
We would call it sparse, I think.
I don't even think this is sparse. This is empty. Don't believe.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Now I'm thinking that's Fitz and Poppy, yeah.
It also
An
very
empty
much
glass
could
and
be
an empty plate.
Penny.
It could be, but I don't think he would keep it.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know. That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Click the empty corner.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination of the box's padlock. That's one.
But this doesn't say, like...
Just click through the things until you find that shape.
Oh, so only like 2 of them have that.
Keep rearranging the pieces of paper. Dragon's Quest slime. That's 2.
Yep.
I would say that was closer.
Yeah. I have to remind myself which side I haven't figured out. Maybe that one. This is supposed to be one. I already figured that one out.
If you were to shift it down a little bit, I think you would get it. But yeah. So you already have this one. That's the slime. Remember?
Yeah. Was
Your number 3
this
was
one,
wrong.
this one. Yeah.
Saba has the memory.
I do. Okay. So there we go. I think that should be it.
I did it.
But
What do
yeah,
I win?
I think that puzzle is really
Not
cool.
bad.
The idea of just these, like, they look like just random shapes with lines on them, but it's like, no, it's
Anything in
actually just
Yeah, it's wrapped in a
4
cloth.
shapes,
Hold on.
You know? I
Huh.
think that's really neat.
That's kind of ominous.
An ornate trowel. The metal gardening trowel, or a metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and the
Okay.
letters either side read PP loves FF.
So I think. Hold on. I'll recount my statement here. This.
It's a little handmade inside. It
I
says,
think that's from Penny. That's from
And
Poppy.
then that is from Poppy.
Yeah, because he has to, he outwardly has to be like, no, I do like Penny,
it's locked.
but his heart
But it
is
leads
with
outside.
Poppy.
I thought we were halfway.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Is this the same thing? Get out of here.
Interesting.
Okay. I guess this is me needing to remember the position of these. And that's where each of them goes. But, Zach, goldfish brain.
I know! You're stupid as hell!
Okay, this one should be relatively easy, because this is, like, zigzagging.
It should be.
Let's come back once
Don't
we know.
say that, okay? Don't say it should be, and be freaking screwed.
I look forward to when you try it and you're like, I don't remember!
A big glass.
There's
She did it.
Okay. And then this is just...
It's like a letter Y. Like an upside down
yes.
I
Y. No,
guess we'll
hit
come
the
back later.
unlock.
Oh,
Fool.
okay, sorry.
I
I was too excited to go to the other side.
I know you were.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we
Okay.
need some sort of.
On to the other side. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's locked.
I thought we were.
We are.
What's that thing by the?
Get over here.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better
Go.
be worth it.
So I do want to point out, as we get into this new area, beautiful. Truly, genuinely beautiful, obviously, right? But is it not really fucked up that, like, if your fiance was living across an absolutely picturesque, beautiful balcony from, like, your cousin, and, like, in order for either of them to access this garden, they both need to unlock their specific doors, so both will unlock? That's the most romantic fucking shit in the world.
Yeah. Didn't someone's account go... Didn't Poppy say she came up to this garden later?
I mean, Poppy and Fitz said that they were both spending time in the moon garden, like when they heard the noise.
Yeah, because I know they were together for a while.
Poppy and Fitz come up here like a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let us.
Because this is the other place where
It's another little
this is
statue
where Fitz
doing a really bad job.
He's playing
this
a
is
lute
where
this
Fitz
time.
does a lot of his
He's
like
also
secondary gardening.
wearing-
And Poppy
Well,
does
they're
a
not
lot
part
of
of the
her,
statue.
like, you know, just relaxing.
And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
A lute statue. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs have been placed on the head of the statue.
Okay, so now I'm hearing.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Nah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
4 feathers. The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone fish.
That's suspicious.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It'd be funny if, like,
A little
eggs were
pond.
the
It
easiest
looks
shape to make.
really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What are you supposed to for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
It's like there's something down there.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Now, apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red too.
Penny found the rose bush. And she figured it out.
Now,
I mean,
are
yeah, I
roses
think there's many ways
normally
where
that
Penny
big?
could have figured it out, yeah.
But this is like direct proof, I think.
Direct proof, because it's like the bright red roses are Poppy's thing, and then the blue soil is Fitz's thing. So
Trees.
This is
Yeah.
definitive
On a
proof
roof.
of
In a
their-
garden.
of their
In a
spending
garden,
time.
on a roof.
I feel like I've seen everything vital now.
Well, did you click on the dragonfly?
No, I did not.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
I'm very
There
sorry.
you go. I think that's about it. I'm very glad that you did successfully end up finding this place before going to the attic, but I believe that is the last location that you have.
Yep. So let's head up. It's interesting that we didn't have to go through that other room.
What other room?
Like, you didn't have to click into Flora's place. And, like,
It's a statue of a wolf,
and then click up.
standing up straight, like a man.
And that's why this is, like, Poppy. Because the eye is up here. It's indicating this room up here.
You know, there's a name for that.
You're talking
I
about the
know.
room in Poppy's floor?
It's
Yeah.
not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Like,
A
fishing?
reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope.
Seems like someone dropped something down, huh?
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
You look and you're just blinded. Look at that.
We're not leaving this
Is that
until
what I
you
think it
tell
is?
me what you're looking at.
I'm looking at the place where her body ended up.
How did she die?
She got stabbed. So she could have fallen, right? Because of something. And then someone just dropped the knife on her. And then
But then
pulled
they
it
would have
back
to
up.
get the knife. But then they would have to get the knife out with some sort of real thing.
Yeah, they pulled it up. So
Interesting.
I think it
So
seems like it's
if
leaning
you were
more
to
to Poppy.
if you were to back out of this and look at the map real quick.
I clicked on it, right? By the way?
Not
Yeah.
leave. Just no, the map. What did you observe about Felix's statement?
That someone came down earlier.
There were two sets of footsteps going down the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
The second one being Poppy's as she was coming back down from the what you calls it. He heard two sets of footprints coming down, but Poppy only didn't report anyone coming down before her. It was just her and Fitz, and then she left. So where would the first set of footsteps come from?
It could have been like Fitz, or once again, she's just lying. And
we know it's not.
There.
Well, assuming that she's not lying, which I don't know. You could assume. I mean, technically, you could assume literally everybody is lying, but then you don't really get anywhere. If we're assuming that they're both telling the truth, Fitz stayed behind while she went to go fetch Fifi, right? But once again, I will reiterate. Felix heard two sets of footsteps going down the stairs. The first set, we do not know who that was. Where were they coming from, based on this map?
Presumably the attic. Say like they did the crime, right? And then they.
It seems like they did the crime, rushed downstairs. Probably, I guess they would have had to have rushed downstairs in between the time in which Fitz was kicking down the door and when Poppy left, right? That very short period of time. That would have been the only window where they could have left, right? So yeah.
So
I think you pretty much got it. I would maybe just double check with the room just to make sure that there's nothing else of interest to look at.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's ajar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Oh, cool.
Just dusty junk.
I think that's about it.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
I think that's about it. I think you about got it. So at this point, is there anybody that you haven't? So the only people that you don't have suspicions for yet are Fifi, Fitz, and Penny.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. I guess where do you want to start? Who do you want to start with? I mean, you're right. You're literally right above Flora.
That is true. We could go because it's like I think the most neutral is Flora and probably I don't remember her name.
Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw. Yeah. So let's go talk to them first. Evil.
But isn't it creepy knowing that there's a gap in the floor where that eye is, where they were being observed?
Yeah.
I would recommend doing all the suspicions first and then coming back.
Well, the thing is, like this won't be different, right? Because we already got everyone.
Yeah, but I guess that's true. That's true.
So let's quickly do this. Do the suspicion, and then we can travel around.
And then just come back for evidence later.
Your husband.
Yeah.
He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Her hair is stuck.
I'm about to say, I think it's because
Nice
you're clicking
try.
through the animations instead of letting it go.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Nice.
We spoke
Luckily,
to
this
Hawkshaw.
isn't like this isn't.
I assume she
too much
didn't get anything
information.
out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Okay.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
One of the things I do find interesting before you continue, just about this character, because clearly she's silent, right? Like, you have literally never heard her speak. Two things that I find kind of interesting. One, she does acknowledge you. Like, she's not just, like she spends literally all day, every day, just staring up into the sky, which is obviously clearly a sign of some sort of trauma, but she does acknowledge you. Like, she's looking at you and, like, vaguely responding through, like, action to your questions. She just doesn't speak, which I think is very interesting. And then B, Felix said that they speak very seldomly, right? And even then, that might be him exaggerating. Like, he may or may not have spoken with his wife in years, and we wouldn't know, right? He seems to be a boaster, right? However, everybody knows for a fact that her and Freya would have conversations with each other. Like, they would actually just talk like regular people, because people would hear them, like, you know, quietly muttering through the doorway and through the floor and stuff. And so it's like, that's a crazy connection to share with another person who, for all intents and purposes, has nothing to do with your family. You know?
Yeah, so, like, what's up? Why was she okay? Whatever, so. Okay.
I mean, I'm about to say, I'm sure you'll come to your own conclusion, but I will say that at this position in time, I will tell you that I was like, they must have some sort of shared drama that no one else in this entire mansion has, right?
That's an
Because that's the only
thing,
thing I could possibly think of.
Okay, let's get suspicious now.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
Oh, my guess. Right here, it's not a knife. But also, this is also probably true. Can I do all of these? Is this a thing where I just choose
No,
one?
I think it's you have to do the actual answer, which I will let you know your assumption is correct. You made a very educated guess a while back.
Yeah.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape
The book!
actually is.
With the bird.
The bird book. And then the play button, top right.
Ta-da! Give me that. Okay.
Let's take a closer look at this.
I'm gonna actually have to do what I just did 5 seconds ago.
So you have to actually take the magnifying glass. Yeah, there you go. Identify the things. There you go. There you go.
Painted knife is actually just a
Is
feather
actually just
of an ink dip bird.
from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Do you have evidence to show that, Selma?
I think there was something.
I was about to say, it's been a week, so if you want, if you don't figure it out, like, soonish or whatever, I'll give you a little hint. Because you, like, if we were playing this in one session, you would immediately remember.
I don't immediately remember it. I mean, the only thing I can think of is potentially the feathers. But no. Oh, the painted model?
There you go.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
He said these were her favorite things.
Correct. Felix was Penny's pet.
Okay, this definitely doesn't seem right.
The ink dip bird was Penny's pet. Betrayed Flora.
I don't think she ate.
So she ate. attacked Flora, so she destroyed. Was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
Because they said they were extinct,
But remember, there's no downside to getting it.
yeah.
Was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe. Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Their bird
By the
flew
way,
away.
she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does.
Oh, she keeps it normally in the egg.
This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
And that's why there's nothing in there, because it's gone.
That we opened it. It's empty.
Completely empty.
Okay.
Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Is it a feather or?
Flora's
Oh.
drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. Can I tell you something that made me deeply sad when I played this last time? Because I don't remember when exactly they kind of tell you this, so I'm just gonna kind of ease it in right now a little bit. What were the figurines of? It was Flora herself, the ink-dip bird, a guy who I told you was her dad, and then Freya, right? Freya loved her father. Her father was an awesome, imposing figure, but was so paternal and loving. He was an adventurer, he was a man, he was everything that she needed him to be, and she loved him dearly. And then he disappeared, believed to be dead, right? And he's just gone. But he leaves her a baby bird, an ink-dip bird, an extremely rare bird that she loves and cherishes every day of her life until one day it flies away, leaving behind an egg. That egg hatches into another ink-dip bird, and we do not know what happens to it, but we believe that it also flies away or is somehow also injured in some way, because the estimation is that ink-dip birds are really difficult to care for when they're super young, since people don't know anything about them because they're super rare, right?
Yeah.
So, as I said before, Freya and Flora would have full conversations with each other, and I believe that this is the reason why. Because she doesn't have anything to remember her father by other than the ink-dip bird, and she doesn't have anything to remember the ink-dip bird by but the feather, which is now missing.
Which is not missing.
So, Freya of herself gives just a little doodle of just, here's you with your beloved bird. Not fully understanding the context of why it means so much, but clearly it mattered a lot to Flora. And I think that's really lovely. Well, there you go.
So that's something we've obtained as evidence for later?
Correct. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay, so
when we're done with all of this and you come back, you can present that to her and you can, I mean, not that she'll say anything, but.
Okay, so then.
All right, you want to go all the way down instead of
They
talking to Felix.
They gotta. Yeah, this is
Alright.
my, because I think I'm gonna go least suspicious to most suspicious. Okay, so
Who's most suspicious?
well,
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you still have. I'm about to say, keep in mind that there's 3 people that you still don't have.
Yeah, but that, just going based off of what I know now,
What you have now, yeah, that makes sense.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. but she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just
What type
wonder
of
if he's
flowers?
getting restless.
What type of flowers, Fitz?
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
Cool.
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Suspicious?
Almost like he's her
I find
employer.
her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
27. Okay.
Mhm.
Poppy
She is my
has
age.
remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
Cool.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
We know. She's searching for a golden...
The golden beetle! Behold!
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Do you remember?
Fifi
What
said
is-
something about this whatever this is. She's like, it's convex or something, or I can't remember the specific stuff she said. I don't know if you can
Cause-
remind me.
I'm 99% sure. I'm very confident. It's not a microscope at all. It's a telescope. It's a telescopic lens, not a microscopic lens.
Okay,
It's
because
for
she said
seeing
something
things far
like
away, not small.
Okay, because I like believed that the second option. I was like, yeah, I remember Fifi saying something. I just don't remember what it was exactly about.
That
She's
was like
that's not a
one
microscope."
of the first like factoids that you learned last week. So I totally forgive you for not remembering because I barely remember.
It's not
Yeah.
a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
We may not be. Someone is. Which makes it the murder weapon.
Ugh.
Is there more, or is this it? Right there. There's
This is
just
it.
roll.
Yes. I must say, I would recommend looking through all of these first and just kind of in your mind getting an idea as to what sentences you could make, and then putting the clues in there. That's what I did.
Oh, there's the telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens.
I know he's
So
literally going to say
Hawkshaw
it like 2
lied
seconds
about
after I say it, but just in
I'm
case you're
inclined
wrong,
to
it's fun to
believe
say anyway.
when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective?
Astronomer
Naturally.
for her, I
Emperor of
guess.
the galaxy.
Okay,
I
Sally.
wanted to be an astronomer.
Yeah, there we go.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence.
Oh, that's cute.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Well, we talked about that prior, right?
Kinda. We kinda mentioned that prior, but just to kind of reiterate that as one sentence, Professor Pointer had in his possession a beetle whose carapace appears to be comprised of mostly real gold, which is crazy, right? He had it, don't know what he was doing with it, but he had it, and then it was stolen, so he hired Hawkshaw, and Hawkshaw's investigation came to the realization that it was most likely Freya who did it, but now Freya's dead, and she still has yet to find the golden beetle. So this is a entirely different detective doing their own mystery game.
Yeah, well, that's another reason why I was like, I just wanted to talk with her next. So let's go to him. Actually, give me a few seconds. I have to go grab something, but I'll come right back. Okay, so luckily we don't need to look at anything anymore. We just gotta get on to the interrogation. Oh look!
Literally
Only one
just
person.
linger.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? See the murderer?
Read what he said.
I don't know, maybe.
Well,
We still
click
That is
through
not
it.
information
I'm
we're
not
willing to
clicking
share
right
at this
now.
time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Okay. Let's see what he's suspicious about.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
I think that it's not your paint pot.
I think that makes sense.
go.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
So you can click on the things first, right? Before submitting them.
The
So
color of the
well,
glass?
hold on. Before you do this, I just wanted you to just take a second to look at the painted models. Just so that way, because that's what we're talking about. That's the red paint pot that we're saying isn't his. So I just want you to, in your mind, keep that, like, present.
Yeah, it's the color of the and the shape of the thing.
Well, it's not the color and the shape that actually matters. If you actually click on Freya's red paints, there's something about the red bottle that's different.
And the label?
There you go. Because if you look at his, if you go back and then look at his from the painted model,
they're all like, yeah, the
it's
triangles.
all squarish labels, whereas hers are all rounded labels.
Is there, can I just use this? Because there's like 3 separate things in here.
I think you do Freya's paint, yeah.
Yeah.
Something to compare
Let's take
directly
a closer
with.
look
Yeah.
at this.
Now you have to point out what's different. Or, yeah, what's wrong. Is full of, was used to paint. You can keep clicking, there's more things. Is exactly the same as, was stolen and replaced with, Freya's red paint pot, Felix's red paint pot.
What? Well, that's not true.
But the lids were swapped to hide it.
That has to be it. Because that's what he was pointing out, right?
He, like, literally, he was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, it has my lid!
Ejaculation.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya Supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And
'Cause
none
it's
of this
blood?
is connected to your murder.
Look, and now it's because it's Sally or whatever that's doing it. I think I called her Sam earlier, but now it's Sally that's doing it instead of Grim.
Yeah.
No, it would have to be before, because like if it was filled after, then the blood wouldn't be on the painting, right?
Okay, I was thinking about it. That's an interesting one. Look at his face. Oh, okay, before, right? Isn't there one that says after?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
there we
one
go.
that says after, but it would have to be before, because if it was after, it wouldn't make it, right? It wouldn't make it onto the canvas.
So this red paint pot was somehow filled with blood, or Freya used it to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
I think that's literally
Oh,
the first time she's done
that,
that, right? I think she does that a couple
that's
more times,
definitely
but I think that's really cool.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
Was it to give Flora a present?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit
seeing a thing of Freya.
insensitive.
Okay. So his is really benign, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, I was saying his was just talking about like why, like it's just explaining why was there blood involved in the painting process at all. I'm gonna tell you, I straight up don't remember how blood got in the paint pot at all. I don't remember.
I think someone maybe came in afterwards. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Well, because remember, it's like he swapped it in her room, right? So there was an empty paint pot that would have had red paint but didn't in her room. And then so someone maybe Freya, I doubt it, but maybe
whoa, what
filled
if
that significantly with blood.
What if Freya only realized that it was blood when she started painting with it? I think if she should have probably figured out earlier, but let's be honest. Okay, whatever, let's skip that part. So she does that on the painting, right? And then is shocked, right, to see that it's actual blood, and that's what causes her to trip and fall backwards.
Okay, and you're saying she passes out from the sight of the blood?
Maybe, or it shocks her enough that it causes her to stumble and fall, and then whoever dropped a knife on her.
Sure, I could kind of see that. Yeah, I mean that makes more sense than the painting status.
Ha! Look at that! They didn't even need to walk all the way
shortcut?
down.
All right.
And he's the last guy. So
He was the last person you talked to, so you already did all that.
So, Professor,
You see a little
what
spinny
interests
there
you
with
about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
she should have
I
been. How
really
long
don't
have
like
you been
to give
expanding?
exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
That his interests are way more grounded than he claims them
You
to be.
discovered a meteor and it's heading straight towards Earth. You're trying to get a planet named after yourself, or you're not really interested in astronomy at all.
Oh, this last one. I think that one's what we're looking for here.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
What is he interested in?
The birds. I think it's just this. Yeah, there's nothing that just says overall bugology. I don't know what the field is called.
I don't know what that would be. I don't know what the study of bugs would be, but yeah, I could see this.
I don't have time for tiny,
no.
insignificant. My studies focus only on the income.
Right. That's
You're
why
skipping
you like
again.
using your telescope so much.
Why are you doing that?
Yes, naturally. My
Hey,
little portal into
motherfucker is
another
fully voice
world.
acted this game, and
Yeah.
you're like skip.
I know, but if I mess that up, then I gotta. Oh no, was it? I can't remember if it was correct. Oh no, that was the sound of them being shocked. Oh, I thought it was wrong. Okay.
If it was wrong, you wouldn't have moved forward.
Okay, I thought they had a little bit of dialogue and then you went back to guessing. If I remember that,
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at a crime scene because Pointer saw a bird for self-reflection, because it was daytime, because someone broke it, because Pointer saw a bird not up in the sky.
I liked your. Has to be that.
Because Pointer saw a bird.
This would be interesting.
It
But
would
this
be
is more
interesting. 'Cause
vague.
what bird would you have seen?
Like ink dip. That's what I'm thinking of.
The ink dip disappeared a while ago.
Yeah. Let's do this one for now.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing
Oh, that's what it was,
me of
entomology.
what,
I thought
spying?
of that, but I was
Are
like, nah,
you
that wasn't
spying?
right.
Why would
Yeah, well,
I
what's
need
the
to
study
spy
of like how
on Flora?
words work?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen,
Birds, I don't know.
and it's made you paranoid.
No, not birds.
You
Words.
think somebody stole it from you.
Birds?
Birds is ornithology. That was
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's you. It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand.
Poor
Freya was
Hawkshaw.
always
Her, like,
sneaking around, both towers and in the
what
gardens
is it?
too.
Her
She was definitely
idol is
up
not
to
even
something.
into astronomy.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Okay, so he didn't see a beetle, but
He did not see a beetle, but remember, Hawkshaw probably told him that her lead suspect was Freya that took the beetle, so
Yeah.
he positioned the telescope to, like, you know, spy on her while she was hanging out in Flora's room, which is otherwise inaccessible, right?
yeah.
And he just so happened to miss the actual event, and he's like, that doesn't make any sense. Flora never leaves her tower, and she's not there. So I gotta go check.
Yes.
Because she was like slumped over or whatever.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later, right? Or should we?
I mean, no, you
should
can do
go
it now. So the red question mark is a thing where, like, if you don't do it now, you have to go back to your boat and talk to Sally.
Okay, let's do that because it's like if
Doing
copies.
it now, I think, is like fine.
Oh, we still gotta go back.
Oh well. All right. Well, there you go. The crime scene.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Duh.
Why was her blood on the painting?
To resemble. To prove the existence of magic. I think it's this, though. To hide the evidence could be interesting, too.
Hide evidence could be interesting, but to resemble a bloody knife is an interesting notion as well. The idea of, like, if somebody did orchestrate all this, the idea of it being like, oh, a worse detective might have just jumped to the conclusion that they got murdered by a painting somehow, right? Or at least that would distract you for a while.
Yeah, because there was also this distraction segment. It's like all of these statements are true. I don't know what they're kind of like asking for.
Blood from the paint pot
But-
was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora was the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know.
Someone
door
took
was
it. That's
locked
why
the
she
whole
was
time.
slumped over.
It stayed locked
Someone took
until
something from
Fitz
her.
kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
Okay,
so
someone did
whatever
something
got
to her.
Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, Then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle.
So
That is,
if
from
she's lying
directly in front of her.
down,
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
they're related, but I guess we're thinking it happened after she fell. Okay, so that was it for that?
So I would like to say, like, as you're, I'm assuming going to Poppy, because you did point her already, so I'm
Yeah, there's
assuming
no
you're
one
gonna
else.
go to Poppy. I do believe, actually, that we're going to have to go through and start talking to people about these things of evidence, because I thought that, because my understanding was that the suspicions trigger when you have the evidence that's needed to, like, do the suspicion, right? Like, kind of
Yeah,
what you've been
like we
doing.
pick up something.
But like you
and
haven't
this is-
unlocked any new ones, so I think it might actually. I think it might be that you have evidence that you just need more context for by talking to people. So we might have to do that in a second. But I wanted to take a quick second just to talk about, dude. I love the idea of just how much secondary animation they have in this game. Because like I think I talked about it when I first played this game, like way back when, and I was telling you like. One of my favorite things about this is like whenever Sally is like throwing her head around or she's like posing or whatever, the fucking like little balls on her head, they like jiggle
Move
for
up and
like a
down,
split
yeah.
second, like they like wobble into place, and that's on every animation. And then like as I was watching that, it's like Grimm's hair is doing the exact same thing. It's like it, you know, it has like inertia to it, and I'm like, dude, they put a lot of effort into animating this shit.
So I'm wondering. So I'm mostly suspicious of, like I said, Poppy and Fitz right now. Do
Sure.
you still think I should go just
Why
go
would
directly
Poppy
to
and
suspicion?
Fitz kill Freya though?
That's the hard part, but it's like I
Poppy
can't.
used to be clearly something happened because Poppy was ripped out of that photograph. So I guess we might just not know. But at the same time, like,
Because I don't
it
think
doesn't
it's Penny
it
either.
doesn't-
Because like, why would Penny want to? Penny would want to murder Poppy. I don't see
Penny
why.
would definitely want to murder Poppy. Like based on that note that you found, like we don't know who her is because it doesn't have a name. But like of all the women in this like mansion, it definitely seems like she would want to kill.
And
Poppy
plus the
most.
rose petals, right? So it's like.
Yes, which is also a Poppy thing, right?
Yeah, so it's like it's definitely. I don't think.
I will actually
Yeah.
say, by the way, I believe that technically it's a Poppy thing, but like it's a Poppy thing now. But the roses was actually a Penelope or a Persephone thing. Whatever Poppy's mother's name was, the person that
Oh,
Professor
okay.
Pointer married, that was like her thing was like roses, and now she's gone. So Poppy kind of took that over.
Okay. Well, I guess
So
let's go
anywho.
talk with her because it's like I kind of wanted to leave them for last, but you know, it's whatever.
I guess we don't really have a choice.
What do with this broken glasses here?
A couple people.
Foregone drifter,
forgot about
holding
this.
fast. Days as shadow, seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
Okay.
That's a really
Feathers
powerful
flashing in
poem,
the light.
actually.
From a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
You see the way she even talked about Penny was like a little more. I don't want to say even aggressive, but she was a little more distasteful for sure. Oh, Pointer. I think it was the last guy.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Get your head
So
out of
she
the
been-
clouds, dickhead. Your daughter feels real sad.
Yeah, clearly she's like a little like he's being not great.
I will say though, because like obviously her like silhouette is very distinct, and that's like the point of why she looks like she has an elongated head.
She didn't look
But,
like that, right?
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying, right? Like if you look back at that one where she's just like all pink and bubbly or whatever, like in what she's wearing, she doesn't just have like a normal shaped head.
Yeah, so I'm
So
like,
I
what
don't
the
know
frick?
exactly what
Are you
happened.
wearing a long wig?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
Like this?
What
That's
can you
she's
tell
okay.
us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds
Something
an
that
awful
you
lot like
play.
your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I
Except we can
never owned
prove
anything
it's
like that.
yours.
Why not?
Not my color.
Not anymore.
You used to like these colors.
Yeah.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
I have just the thing.
I want to remind you real quick before you send this, before you like submit this, when you presented this cassette tape to Penny, Penny was like, "Oh gosh! Also, can you believe that? 4 shades of pink? Disgusting!" So imagine that that's the person who you're living with your father when you have this taste of fashion.
It does kind of suck.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Pink cassette tape is an older version of, found in the garden matches, was replaced by, found at the crime scene matches, pink cassette player, the blonde girl,
I guess it's the pink cassette player.
pink cassette player, found at the
Found in
crime
the
scene,
photo.
used by Fifi
Not
in this old
Fifi.
photo, that was found in Poppy's room,
Not true.
used by Poppy in this old photo.
That I think is it.
I think that's
Yeah.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is.
Uh-huh.
I'll prove it.
Okay, wait. I guess we're proving it.
What piece of evidence will you add to this to prove that it's her?
This other photo piece.
Ma!
Okay, I need to
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends.
Unless they're not best
Why'd you
friends
tear it
anymore.
up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. The photo proves Poppy is the murderer.
I don't think we could jump to 3.
I feel like 2.
2, I don't want to say hate any. I don't want to say hate either, but I think something changed.
I definitely think something happened.
Okay.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
You want to know?
That's
Can you
it.
pause real quick?
Makes this whole
Like
thing
clicking?
seem
Uh,
kind of irrelevant.
I wanted to say, you actually know that she doesn't hate Fifi and Freya anymore, right? Because after discovering Freya's dead body, what was the first thing that Poppy did? Ran downstairs.
Went
and
straight
got
to Fifi. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
So
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used
Why?
to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think that's it. So the main purpose of that was just like proving that like this was you.
Yeah. Okay, I would suggest we start from...
I mean, you're literally in Poppy's room right now. Why not just present the evidence?
Because I have a way my brain works, okay? And I want to start from where we
Fine.
started before.
All right, just make sure that you're going through everybody.
Will do.
Oozy.
This'll take some time, so...
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there.
We have a horn and a lute and a harp.
Do you know anything about these
Sure.
birds? Or birds in general?
They really are like birds.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
Oh, she closed her eyes.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It is a little weird that we're just kind of showing her
It's
that.
a little
though.
model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Okay.
I'm about to say,
Forget-
like, these are, like, like all of those items that you're just going through now, like, these are all the things that you really need to be presenting to people. Hey, I found your secret diary.
Well, that's why I was like,
Do you
let's just get
recognize any
through
of these
these for the most part.
Yeah.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Still nothing. Okay, look at that. We finished that one pretty quickly, didn't we?
Saba thinks there's only going to be one page of evidence. The fool.
I need you to not make us say these things to me. These are who have the most.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what
Oh, it looks
possible
pretty.
purpose, other than financial gain?
It looks
You're
pretty.
speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
Hoard them.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Can I
That's
give
funny.
you a little ditty?
What?
You know that silly face that Grim was making?
Yeah.
That little reptilian amphibian creature or whatever was one of the key like things in which the last game revolved around. The idea being that there was a quote unquote amusement park, like a theme park, in a swamp where it's like, hey, come here and we'll teach you about the swamp and you might find and you might see the blah blah blah. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was like you might see this creature. And the thing that was like one of the cruxes of the whole case was that there was one drawing from a long time ago of the creature, but it was of the creature like kind of half sitting in some water, so you didn't see its legs. And every depiction of this creature is without its legs, where it's always like in something, right? So you don't know what its legs look like.
That's funny.
And that was like a big deal, where it's like, well, no one knows what its legs look like, except, and then you figure it out. So it was really cool.
So you think
It's a very nice through
3
line.
birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Interesting.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we
I
don't know
understand this
why they took the
photo.
photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A photograph of Freya could be important.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Rough sketch, some would say.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I would have been like, yeah.
Grim, I'm on your side. Like, I could be Grim.
Where did you find that?
Do
I'm like, what the
you
fuck,
have any
dude?
theories
What are we
about
doing?
where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories. But they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Secret diary.
Diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Okay. A little music.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
100%.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Does he have a law degree?
No.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Wait, we do know
Strange.
who that is. Use us.
Correct.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the
Oh my
murderer
god,
would
if
leave the
that
murder
was used to
weapon just
murder
lying
Freya,
around.
that's
I think you'd be surprised as to
Diabolical.
what people leave lying around. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
that
That's
was
a funny line.
Yeah.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
just the her with her little frown, just being like,
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
It's been a long time then.
all right.
I think I talked to Fitz next, right?
I think you should process, like, you should go through all the people, yes.
No, I know. I just remember whoever comes next has like the most, right? And then we'll end up with the person with the least.
I
which
know
will be
you're
probably
trying to do this in reverse suspicion order. Yes.
Okay, so
It's a nice way of gauging your concerns, but it's also difficult to follow.
Felix
no,
is
this
a
time I'm just going.
contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within
I'm going
the realm
based
of
off of like
materialism,
my
money,
my
property.
first, round through. Whoever I saw
Oh,
first, that's
okay.
what I'm going. Yeah, it's just because
Oh,
in that
okay.
order,
So
it'll be the most to
Flora,
least.
then Hawkshaw, then Fitz. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you even remember who you saw after this?
It's on the outside, so maybe I don't know
Pretty sure it
His
was-
specifically.
ego
I'm pretty
relies
sure it
on
was
an
Fifi,
entirely fraudulent self-image.
I think so, yeah.
Don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Okay.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's...
You
well,
can smile.
they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good.
That
It's good.
that one was a little rough though.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Okay. I'm a little less suspicious now, but maybe it's no, but the whole I don't know. I gotta let's look at the stuff.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Interesting.
What's with the broken glass?
I don't know.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Okay. So it's like he knows about her love of naming things, but didn't care to remember her 3 favorite birds.
I mean, that is very true. And also, I would like to reiterate that she was very vocal about the idea of, like, I don't like the name Penelope. It feels like it doesn't fit. And then, so, like, please call me Penny. And yet her fiance has kind of interchangeably referred to it as both.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
I'm a little confused.
I will kind of clue you in. I don't remember if it's in the description or if we already learned this, but I'll tell you, I think someone or something tells you that photo, or that painting, that it's huge, right? Like, even on the map screen, that's on the icon for the map screen, is that painting. It's of a nightmare that Freya had. So, like, that's her recalling and putting to canvas the nightmare that she had.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Ooh, he feels like someone is getting a little attacked now.
This is going to be one of the first ones where it's like, you're going to present that ornate trowel to him. He's going to be like, so you've been in my room and went through my face.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between
I don't know
that
about
and
him,
actual
but
gold.
we could just say it was
Can't be
unlocked.
actual gold. Gold is inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
He's like, they're from the roses. Uh-huh.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah?
flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
What?
This flower with this weird flower with the blue soil, and he says, I don't know what this is.
Doesn't mean anything to...
I wonder if maybe after you're done presenting all of this, if we're going to have a suspicion to
Yeah.
pursue.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3.
Okay, so it
Oh.
doesn't appear that he
Sorry.
knows what
I
that
thought you said
is.
me too. We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't
Also,
ever really
he's
clear
not just
up the
like
rooftop garden.
not
Why
suspicious at all of how
Nature
we got
is
into the
unruly.
garden.
In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I
Wait a
use them
minute,
for
if they've been
gardening
missing
sometimes.
a
Why?
week ago and they
You
were
don't
in the
own a
garden, how could he
chainsaw,
have
do you?
missed that?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
It's entirely possible that he just didn't think to look at the statue. It's like one of those things where it's not like overwhelmingly obvious to some. It might not be overwhelmingly obvious to somebody who A is inattentive and B like goes to that garden all the time. So little details changing doesn't really mean much, right? Because keep in mind, this is the guy who is like marrying a woman who quote unquote likes to name everything, and as you said, he doesn't remember the names of her favorite 3 birds.
Yeah.
So he definitely
This
doesn't
is
seem a
yours,
guy
Vince?
to pay attention to like small details for
Yeah.
things other than
Do
his
you
interests.
use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Nothing suspicious, I guess. Up to next.
And then I think you did Poppy, Penny, Felix, then finally.
I probably did, yeah, this. Because I didn't want to do the rooms yet, I think.
No, you did do the rooms. There's just not people to talk to in there. That's why I didn't mention them.
Ta-ta!
Talk to Fifi.
Gosh, getting there.
We're almost at 2 hours. We only have like at max
Name,
2 hours
Felix
left.
Fellow. Age 53. Profession none. Likes collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes: Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
At least she's self-aware. So I do want to point out that, once again, I feel like a lot of these like character dynamics, because it's only like what, the 11 characters total, right? That you're dealing with. One of whom is dead. So
Yeah.
getting the character dynamics is a little easier with like a smaller cast. But I feel like there's a lot of dynamics both within them and with each other that I find really interesting. So like the idea, and they'll talk about this more later, so I won't get into it right now. But like the idea of Felix being like, I'm gonna be a great adventurer, and then like not quite doing it. Instead, he marries the daughter of a great adventurer and kind of like steps into their life and tries to like, you know, kind of bask in their glory a little bit. And then time moves forward. They grow old, they die, they go away, and then it's just him. So now he's just telling tall tales of like, I caught a fish this big and then it tried to eat me, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's the only thing he's got left that it's kind of worth something to him.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
So she already knew.
She is an actual scientist, so she understands the rigors of, you know, actual academic process, and she's like, this motherfucker doesn't do any of this. He's absolutely a
Name,
sham.
Penelope Pointer. Age, 27.
We can check to see what
Ornithologist.
how old Fitz
Likes
is.
Birds. Dislikes insects.
That's a good question,
Notes.
actually.
Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession,
24. It's a
cryptobotanist.
5-year difference.
Likes
That's not
soil.
super bad.
That may well be.
Do you
Yeah.
and
We
Fitz?
do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so.
So, what's your problem?
Exactly, he was making every.
Oh yeah, she said someone
He was
was
also
also carrying a knife.
However, it's not a knife. It was the ornate trowel. She was mistaken. All right. Something else I would like to point out about Pointer, real quick, before you get some coffee. Sorry, I'm dying while I'm trying to.
His
talk.
hair looks like the roof of a house.
It does. Yes, I said this before. Felix and Pointer, Percy, whatever, have known each other for pretty much their entire lives, right? Like they were both in their 40s, like mid to late 40s, and Felix said that they've known each other for 35 years, so they were like kids when they first met. And he's like, I wouldn't even deign to call him a rival. And it's like, imagine, if you will, a child who grows up into an adult wanting to be an adventurer and not quite making it, right? But then he marries into this family, and they have like a bunch of money, and apparently, because they have like this big mansion and whatever, right? Ipso facto. Percival Pointer is essentially Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy. He's Eddie. He's just like, I just want to make money, and I'm gonna make money in any way I possibly can. So when the guy that he fucking like hates, he sees like, oh shit, he's marrying into this rich family. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna marry his wife's sister. And then he marries into the family. And that's straight up what happened.
Wow, how petty.
That's not even he loved whatever her name was. You'd have to go to the
Primrose, was it?
Calls it. It began with a P, obviously, because she's because she turned into a pointer, so her name was always a P. But regardless, like, he did love her, for true, but like that's why he's not like super upset about her disappearance like Poppy is.
Okay.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Wow. Okay.
I am the specter of death.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Good question.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
I would also like to remind you, just in case you forget from last week, Poppy did tell you that she knows that someone else other than her has been going into the music room because little things have been changing every once in a while.
Yeah.
So it's not
I believe
just
Freya was attempting
Poppy.
to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
I mean, it could be that, you know.
What, just a literal
This
painting
photograph.
of a mountain?
Yeah,
It's
I
my
mean,
favorite photograph.
I mean, it could be like even if it's just that physically. It could still, elicit emotions,
Correct, but that's the idea, right? Is that she's like hyperlogical, so I don't have emotions.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
She says that with, like, fucking disdain in her voice.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Oh, she was taken aback to hear that.
Interesting. So that is interesting, though. If she says that I'm not the one that ripped the painting or the photograph,
the picture, yeah,
then that means it must have either been Poppy, which makes sense because she has the scrap in her room.
Yeah.
Where did you find the other scrap of this? I think you found it in Freya's room, right?
It was either.
No, I thought it was in Freya's room.
No, the cassette was in the crime scene. I think
the cassette was in the gramophone at the crime scene, correct?
I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure you found it in Freya's room, like pinned to the wall or something. So it's like the idea of, I think it was Poppy that ripped it because Poppy was the one who changed of the three of them.
I would agree with the statement.
Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Clue.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
She wasn't even aware of the type of connection that her mother shared with someone who was not her daughter. That's
a
really
little sad.
Fucking sad.
Yeah.
And like, I know that it's fucked up. Like, I don't know. Like, Fifi will definitely have to like deal with that later in life. But like, from Flora's perspective, like she has some shit that she's dealing with, and she was able to find solace in Freya, in which, like, you know how Fifi is. Like, could you imagine trying to get emotional resonance with Fifi?
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
So
she fucking bamboozled him.
But didn't you just say that she doesn't view him as like a scientist? But now she just said even if he did entomology or astronomy, she still views that as a form of science.
And what's wrong with this?
No,
she
but
she just said that either field of science is still science. She didn't say that he did it.
No, I thought we said that...
You already know that he's a sham, and she already confirmed to you that she knows that he's, like, not on the level. Why do you think she's looking at you with, like, a knowing side-eye, like,
No, I know, but just earlier before, you were just like, oh, he doesn't acknowledge... Or she doesn't acknowledge him like as a scientist because he's lying, but she still views the field he's actually interested in.
You realize you're saying two separate sentences and like two completely separate statements as if they're the same thing, right? Like, yes, she does not see him as a scientist because he's a sham. That's not her saying that astronomy isn't a science. That's what they just said.
No, I know that. I'm just saying it's interesting that she's kind of separated the two, that even though he's still interested in a scientific field, whether it be astronomy or entomology.
He is not, though.
It's just the money. That's what it was.
Correct. He has no interest in astronomy. He just like masquerades as an astronomer, so that way he has access to stuff.
Okay, let's get to this last.
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother.
No, you're
like
fine.
a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Accidentally clicked that.
Very sad.
Real thingy.
Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
Just call her. I don't know how to feel. Okay,
I mean, I think what she was saying is that Penelope
wrong?
is an
Earmuffs do
ornithologist,
not
so she
grow
has
statues.
birds.
earmuffs do not have statues.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
So she's like, oh, I recognize it, right?
Right, because she thought, remember, she was like, I saw Fitz walking around with a knife. And she's like, what? Oh, it's a trowel. That makes more sense for a gardener.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Okay, so she was laughing at it, but...
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Next.
A book.
Well,
My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Nice.
What, you thought you were gonna get something more from her secret diary?
Well, I didn't get anything about the trowel, so 9. I guess not. You already... You didn't. I wanted
You already
to-
got all the people, so it's just evidence. You have to talk to her.
Click the wrong thing.
I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
It's... like, clearly she doesn't hold super negative feelings towards Penny. She's just like, oh, I'm different than her.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think everybody sees something different.
Once
Did
again,
Freya
if
ever
anything,
tell you
it
what
feels
she
like
saw
Penny's
in it?
jealous of Poppy.
Not exactly.
Yeah,
She said
more
something
on
about
that.
it being from a recurring nightmare.
There you go.
Sorry, but if it was a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Not
Fifi looks
anymore!
like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
Except she's dead now, so there's really not much.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Okay. Let's keep
Whose
going.
paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
So she was like, they seem similar to Freya's. I think that's what she was saying.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh. How nice. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Remember that?
Beetle box?
Why?
For fun,
remember that?
obviously.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why I remember guessing that maybe she actually got the beetle.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Okay, so they both think they're upset with each other.
Yeah.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Uh-huh.
How sweet. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
That's supposed to be a little subtle hint at, like, why no one mentions the attic to you ever, because no one ever fucking goes in there, so they all forgot.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a
Interesting.
hallway. Can't remember exactly.
So remember when he said, I lost them about a week ago? She said, I found them this morning, which is the day after the murder. And
Is
put
that
them
a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us? What's so special about it?
Have we heard any pieces of music? Maybe not.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Well, I don't remember what the cassette sounds like, but maybe that's what's on the cassette?
The cassette is the music that you hear when you enter the music room. It's the same track, because that was her mother's favorite song, so she just plays it over and over all day.
It's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Like...
So I don't think that they properly elaborate on that. And I'm here to say, like, as the guy who finished the game, I don't know exactly what she means by that. Like, I know that Poppy had Freya had, like, a lot of responsibilities and a lot of thoughts going through her head, clearly, but I don't exactly know what that means. Like, clearly she's a person of enormous talent.
It
But
could
I
be
don't know what
that
she means when she
she's
says things
just,
were
like,
different.
naturally good at everything, so after, like, a while, she didn't actually hold much passion for it. Because that was one of the things about, like, oh, she could have even been better than me. It was just,
Correct.
like, that easy for her. So maybe that's one of the reasons why she just stopped.
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right.
Okay.
Alright, that's it.
Who knows about this freaking plant?
There's
Probably
something
the
about
person
that
whose room it
diary
was
we
in.
found in Fifi's room.
We talked with him about it. He's like, I don't freaking know.
Something.
That wasn't in his room.
suspicious.
That was in Penny's room, you idiot.
Let's ask her about it.
Oh, sorry. Should we just do this? You're kind
Sure,
of
why
going through
not?
people.
I'm gonna say, might as well just go back and then you can just head back over to Penny. She's the next one after this. Suspicion!
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found
No.
it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine.
She said
Ridiculous
so.
question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Technically, this is a thing I can just ask all of these. I think. But
I mean, do you think it's not a diary?
I think it's probably a diary. Maybe it's someone
Do you think
else's diary?
Someone else's diary could be interesting. I wonder whose,
Yeah.
though. Do you know anybody who has, like, teal and star, like, associated with them at all? I don't think so. I guess technically Percival, but not really. Like, why would he keep a secret diary?
Yeah, but it makes sense. I think she would have a diary, though, Fifi.
I can see that, yeah. I can see her just
It's
straight up
Fifi's
lying.
diary, and she has written it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is
Okay, well, never
unused.
mind.
Okay, we're
doesn't
not.
look
So I
We
think
move
so. It's
back
someone
around.
else's.
So it's someone else's. There you go.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Oh, shit. Well, good luck. Oh, I'm so stupid. I know exactly whose diary it is. It's super obvious.
Is it Percival's?
No. Look at ripped photo.
Oh. Okay.
Literally in her
Let's
hand.
take a closer look at this.
Okay.
This blue book, the secret diary, is the opposite of, is somewhat similar to, but was lost by, shouldn't be, was proves that belonged to Freya.
Yeah, I think that's. Wait.
That makes sense. I mean, is similar to, is the same as, I mean, I would say is similar because it is a little, like, dinged up, I guess.
This is somewhat
I don't
similar
know.
to.
I mean, if you want to say the same as, yeah, you can go for it.
Hello,
This
John
blue
Smith.
book is the same thing as
Welcome
the
to
secret
deduction
diary, which proves
zone.
it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Okay, let's figure this out.
Poppy, Freya, Fifi. Didn't know about, didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. That anyone buried in the garden, within a library book, kept in her bedroom.
I mean, this makes the most logical sense, right?
No, absolutely.
Well, because Freya didn't want anyone to see her personal secrets, so she kept it within her diary.
I want you to read the sentence out loud and tell me if it sounds like something that a crazy person would say. Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. That sounds like someone who maybe cares about their friend.
Okay.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's
You know
diary.
what? Zach doesn't want
This
to
is
have
true.
anybody see Zach's
I know
secrets. So
Freya was
Zach is
I
going to
mean,
take Zach's diary
technically
and hide it away.
true.
Something.
I mean,
You
that's,
do not know
that's technically
Freya, so
true.
this might be
so.
difficult to
I'm gonna kill you.
understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Are you ready?
Alright.
Okay.
Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer Works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way
Soul Bear?
into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all. Or I saw them, all 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. These are, once again, by Freya. Freya wrote these.
It must be something to do with like underneath, or someone's going still with the lake, not lake, mountain. So
It very much seems, especially when there's a reference to the harp, and there's literally only one harp in the entire game, right? So it's like that's
Yeah.
a clear connection right there. But I do find it very interesting because, like, I don't know about you, this does not sound like the diary of an artist. Like a
no,
talented
it sounds
artist.
like Soul Bearer.
Soul Bearer Works. Impressive little thing. Have 2 now, need 2 more.
Yeah, this
right?
sounds like
that-
someone's on a mission to do something.
This sounds like a secret witch.
Yeah, so
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and
I
check.
would say later.
And we could have
I
missed
don't, yeah, I
something.
don't think we have enough information. I think it has to do with the other statues.
Depending on what that just triggered, there might be something new in the garden. But I would recommend talking to everyone else first. Yeah.
So I
talk
went to her next, I think.
Correct. Yes.
Let's go. Hut 2, Hut 2. Look at that moth.
You've seen that moth a couple times, actually.
I forgot about the music
I
in here.
must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
I mean, I think he knows, and that's why he's in delusion.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Everyone's else checked out. I forgot that I can just click
I feel like
on
I'm standing in the jungle.
the thing instead of Xing out. Let's go.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Probably reasonable.
Freya was
There was
very
definitely a period of
talented,
time during
even
this
at that
investigation where I thought
Do
that
you know how
Freya
old this photo is?
herself.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style.
Oh, she's probably not
Very
happy.
nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Jade, we're not gonna talk about it. Great.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
At least he's trying to find a
If I'm
hobby,
not
I guess, right?
mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Grubby.
It is
A secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
Okay.
When you think about it, it's like everybody in this like game seems to have like a thing that they're known for, right? And then typically like some personal undercurrent that makes them actually a human being, right? Like I would call it like literally just a 2-degree character instead of one-dimensional. It's two-dimensional. But when you like, the more we hear about Freya, like she did a lot of stuff. Right? Like, she's doing some secret shit. She's actually an incredible artist. She's, like, paying attention. Because remember, everybody had a very high opinion of Freya. So, like, she was constantly, like, on, like, you know, on everybody's good side. And then, like, she was a great pianist for, like, 2 years. And, like, could have been way better. And then just, like, dropped it. So it's, like, she's clearly some sort of, like, polymath, you know?
Yeah, she's a very well excelled in a lot of fields.
What's that bird? But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh.
Michelangelo, for real, for real. True.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That
Percival
is a very good question.
sold them all. Freya fed them to a lake monster.
Lovely. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
So she knew what that was.
She knew what that was. Seemed like she was kind of eager to hear whether or not Fitz showed it to you. Like he was proud of it.
Okay, so now my mind's switching a little bit.
Because you thought it was the card, and then the trowel was from Poppy, but you showed the trowel to Poppy, and Poppy was like, I don't know what this is.
Okay, and that's where my mind... Okay, so maybe...
I mean, to be fair, I want you to think about it. Of the two individuals that seem to have some sort of a deeper connection to Fitz, which one of them do you think would be more likely to get an ornate, semi-useless trowel?
That's reasonable.
It was just very funny because like just listening to like, and not funny as in like you did a bad job, but like interesting to hear you be like, I think that this one is Poppy and this one is Penny, because I'm like, you think Poppy got a fucking expensive ass ornate trowel? Like whatever you say, man.
So it's like, I guess if it's technically both Poppy, because it's like you just said, maybe Poppy did the card instead. So there still could be like, you know, a romancy thing happening there, or it could be that like Fitz and Poppy are just really close because they just happen to be very similar. And that, but that's
It's
still
It's entirely possible because it definitely seems, from an outside perspective, like they have some canoodling going on, right? Because it seems like they work very well together in many ways. However, it's like just like he has fucking nothing in his room except for a potted plant, which makes sense because he's a gardener, a handwritten card that he keeps on that same shelf, and then locked in the only receptacle in the entire room is that one trowel. So the idea of like one of them being from Poppy, one of them being from Penny, if we assume that the card came from Poppy, he's displaying that proudly. And it has a big fuck you heart on it, right? So like what message is that sending to people that go into his room, such as Felix, right? When Felix just kind of wandered into his room, because Fitz doesn't lock his room ever. But then at the same time, the one thing, well, I guess the two things, because technically the garden is also locked, but like the other thing that he keeps locked is the trowel that we can suppose came from his fiancée. So I would posit that it's not necessarily a case of like he's not interested or he's cheating. I think it's just that it's complicated. Like, he has a deep connection with Poppy, but then still clearly cares quite a bit about Penny.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because it's like, and it could just be like what we were saying, like maybe they're really close, but Penny though is jealous of that. I think that's
correct.
Reasonable.
I think Penny loves Fitz, obviously, and as you just said, is jealous of the connection that they have, and she wishes she could have that plus his hand in marriage.
Yeah.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Liar!
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
She's so fucking
Yes,
jealous.
it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
So
Do you get
it? Maybe not. So, because the one thing I picked up is that it's actually well taken care of, for, right? That's what we
should do crumpled paper, and then we'll take a look at the potted flower.
Yeah.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Okay.
I think that's everything, right?
There's
Let's see.
something
Yeah,
about
there you
the
go.
Board of
This is
Fifths
what I
going
thought.
up
See, this
Pointer
is what I
Tower.
was thinking in my mind. This is where things start connecting to each other.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about
I would
it.
say later, real quick, and we'll just take a quick
There's
peek
something
at
about
the.
those
Oh my god, did you get
petals
two?
found in Penny's room.
Getting two.
Something.
Yay!
Let's ask her about
We
it.
can even do this one first and then go to Fitz. Let's go to evidence real quick. I want to look at the potted flower. So, what are your assumptions about this potted flower?
Well, everything that I just now
Found
thought
in
of
Penny's
went
room.
out.
Right.
Maybe Fitz goes up to her room with her trowel and takes care of it. The only plant with the only trowel that he doesn't use besides, for Penny.
That does make sense, because what's her face? Fifi said something about him going up Pointer Tower with a knife, but we now suspect that the knife was actually that trowel.
Yeah.
Which, if we believe, would be the trowel that Penny gave him, right? So imagine she gives him a trowel to try to show affection, but he's awkward and doesn't know exactly what to do. So he gives her a flower in return, because that's what he's able to do, right? That's what he's good at and what he's able to do. Do you notice anything significant about this flower beyond the blue soil, which we know is associated with?
I mean, it
Fitz?
kind of looks like it's coming out of the rose. Like it's a rose.
I want you to take. You might have to squint your eyes a little bit, and it's
Is
not
it like
super...
the thing that looks like her bird hands?
It literally looks like her. So she has the
So
the
she
bob of
called
red hair.
She called
She
herself
called
kind
herself
of
quite vulgar. Because she has the wide hips, the bird sleeves, and then the red bob of hair. Fitz tirelessly worked on this is why Fifi is he's a fucking crypto botanist, but he refuses to call himself anything other than a gardener, because he was using the unique contents of the soil, the unique mutagenic properties, to breed a brand new species of flower that specifically looked like his fiance. And her response was, thanks.
Well, she doesn't, because he didn't actually say. She doesn't know. Yeah,
Right? 'Cause he doesn't
okay.
say. In his mind, it's obvious, and to, I will admit, other people who may or may not have seen this, it's also quite obvious, like, what it was and what his intention was. But Penny is just like her head is, I mean, pardon the bird similarities or whatever, but like her head is in the clouds, whereas his is firmly in the earth. You know?
Okay,
It's
so
like,
this
it
is
a
lending
shame.
itself to be like this is Penny misinterpreting what's happening. It's like an unfortunate miscommunication.
I think this is Penny just completely missing the point of this gift. To her, it's just, oh, it's another flower. Sure, it's pretty, but it's a flower. I like birds, right? Whereas, like anybody, like Freya, even Fifi would probably look at this and be like, oh, that was really hard to do. You should appreciate that a little more.
Yeah, okay, well now the whole...
Not that she doesn't appreciate it, because remember, she did keep it on like a prominent spot in her room, but anywho. Alright, so I think it's the last two suspicions, actually, right? Because you already did Fifi, so I think it's literally just Penny and Fitz.
I can check. Yeah.
Yeah, Penny Fitz, so let's do Penny.
Okay. They're definitely missing each other, John Smith. Yeah, we don't have anything else. The only other person we have to talk to, I think, is Pointer, not the, sorry, the professor, right?
I think you're correct. I believe it is. I think you do have to talk to Professor Pointer and just kind of finish up. Because he was the last person you talked to, so there's no people left to bring up, but there's evidence.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
I wonder if we can, like,
Actually,
tell her
it's
about the
not
flower
the
to be like,
message I
can we,
wanted to
like,
ask about.
can you, like,
It's
open
those
your
red
eyes
flower petals.
a little wider?
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses.
I mean, but to be
and
fair,
who they belong to.
This whole house is, like, set against Penny, almost in a way. Like, in the physical structure, everything is pointing
to,
like...
the building works, yes. But I mean, I don't know, it's just so sad, because it's like, I don't know if you recall from, like, her conversation. So, by the way, what shows red roses? There you go, you got it.
It's a drawing of Fitz
Yes.
and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
Little arrow in case you can't
Can't
see.
imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Of grabbing some petals with the bird?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal from them because they're planning to steal evidence from them.
What she thinks is evidence, right?
Correct. I think that this makes sense.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides,
Poppy?
Tabitha hardly ever leave a cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
What do you have that could prove that birds were in the rooftop garden?
4 feathers! One of them is distinctly yellow and green.
Yellow and green. Lovely.
Let's take a closer look at these.
I mean, there's also this one that doesn't
This yellow feather is clearly from this yellow bird. Was left behind by Visit the Green
after it
Freya.
killed Freya.
Holy fuck! Rooftop garden.
I think that's it.
This yellow feather was left
Houston, we
behind
have
by
our
Penny's yellow
phrase.
bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
Oh,
I
the music.
can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself.
She was
So I asked
already
dear
like a
Tabitha to
jealous
do it
type,
for me.
but like this is like I do feel bad. Like it's not
Some
fair to her.
evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand.
Yeah, I do feel bad
Fitz
for her.
is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
That's unfortunate.
I have a question. Did you ever were you ever able to ask her about her hat?
Yeah, we were like, what about that bird on your head? Does it have a name? She's like, well, are you stupid? No, that's just a hat.
Okay, I'm glad that because that must have been like when I was downstairs or whatever. Because that's one of my favorite interactions in the whole game. It's like it's just a hat.
I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, why? Do you think I should just go up to? But do you,
on to, or you want to, or do you want to do pointer?
Because I was thinking, what's more interesting? Because I think his is probably more interesting, right? He just has
Certainly,
probably.
I would agree.
Yeah. So let me.
I believe his thing is actually about the flower. I think.
Oh, wrong button.
What are you doing?
Sorry, my mind.
What are you doing?
Yeah, shut up!
Look at the person!
And we already know everyone.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
And plus, his voice is
How do
annoying.
you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife
Yeah,
is a
there you go.
floriculturist.
Primrose was the mom,
Best
which is
in
why
the
she's
field.
also.
I was right.
That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
I knew it was something.
Maybe he
Some-
made the rose bush for Poppy for her like mother. You know, kind of like.
I think he did it as like a hey, here's access to roses, so you don't have to keep just the one in your room.
Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learned on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it
Wait
up
a
on her
minute.
wall.
So, Poppy's teacher was Primrose.
Was her mom?
I'm wondering if Freya had something to do with Primrose's disappearance now.
I'm gonna let you know that's entirely possible. We literally do like
They
you
will
do
not say.
you do not
They
get
will
that
not say
answer in this
anything.
game.
Yeah. Okay.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you
Whoa,
don't
she
know,
hasn't changed a bit,
perhaps
huh?
I don't either.
I think he needs better glasses.
Oh, you found a murder
Well, they
weapon?
never cover his
Steady
eyes,
on.
so
It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
you get it because he puts them on when he doesn't want to
I
talk.
think you may wish to
Huh.
adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
He's like, definitely don't want to talk to this man.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
That's
Okay,
how-
buddy.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Okay.
On to the final suspicion. And then we have to do the thing at the garden.
Oh, I forgot.
Talk to him, Saba. Stop clicking the map.
Stop clicking to. I need to leave right now.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi lied about seeing Fitz. Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding
The
something
middle
else.
one,
He
obviously.
definitely saw Fitz holding a knife. I think it's
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
We already know. Let's go.
What about this?
But it's nice to get, like, confirmation, right?
Is it yours?
No, 100%.
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Except you do. Use it. Do 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 do.
It's the only thing that can destroy.
Do
It's part of the
do
magic
do
set
do.
with in Poppy's room, in Fitz's room, in Penny's room. Is used by Fitz to cut.
This
Is
one
used
makes
by
more
Fitz
sense.
to look after a potted flower. in
Though
Penny's
it is kind of matching, right? It's a heart. That's a heart.
It's a heart. It's a heart. I mean, once again, it's like I don't think that they work together. They don't work well together because their personalities are too different. However, they did both try, and I think that there's a lot of respect there. You know?
I would say this is trying way harder though. Like,
Right. Yes.
not to say level of devotion is different, but dang, this
Well,
man
what I mean to
did
say
a
is
lot.
that, like, she definitely went out of her way to get a custom engraved trowel, right? I can almost guarantee you, she presented it as like, look, Fitz, isn't it so wonderful? I think about you every day, and like that's how she presented it. And then, like, you know,
He
however
just
many
showed up with
weeks-
this plant,
like,
and
weeks
he's
weeks
like,
later,
here.
he's just like, here is a flower. I made
Bye.
it. I grew it for you. And then she's like, okay.
And
You know?
only trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
Is he embarrassed?
I've never seen it before.
Okay.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
I need to prove its
What the fuck
connection
proves
to
its
Fitz?
connection to Fitz? I mean, the potted fruit, I guess, because it's the same soil, right?
Same pot?
Same pot, well, different pot, but same soil.
I mean, maybe not different pot. This just has a flower, like a heart on it. But
Right, but once again, it's the blue soil, I think, that does it.
Let's take a closer look at these.
the pot in the soil.
Sure.
And Penny's room matches,
matches
found in the garden.
Found in the garden.
I think that's it.
No, you're the greenhouse.
Fitz's
right?
greenhouse.
Fitz-
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Where's the garden? Is the garden the?
The garden is the one with the harp statue.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the garden.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
I just noticed
Let
when
me
she
guess.
talks, they give
Penny's
her the
flower
like
was
anime
originally
like
a gift from
one
you,
big-
Fitz. There's
one big
no
round
way
tube.
it's a coincidence.
No way what's a
I guess they both
coincidence.
do.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's
Yeah, this-
some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
That's
Do you get the?
sad.
Do you get
Yes, it's sad. It's like once
he is
again.
trying to keep their relationship together.
Yeah, but
Like,
at
he
the same, it's
really
like I
is
said,
trying.
everything in this house is pointing to like Penny and like laughing in her face and being like, you, like he's definitely doesn't like you and he likes someone else, and like he keeps her, the shovel thing in.
Trowel.
A trowel in like a box, so it's like she's like she doesn't see her gift anywhere.
She doesn't see her gift anywhere, but for him, it's like, this is precious to me. I'm gonna keep it in some place where no one can get to it. This locked box.
Yeah,
right?
so it's like, oh, poor guys. They're all just.
Once again, it's just like an absolute mismatch between them.
Okay,
sadly.
to the only other place we could go to.
You need to go to the garden. We got like what, just over an hour left if we're doing the full 4 hours.
It's
Look at
a
that little
crab.
Look at that little neuter!
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
The note says, "This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two. Freya."
We gotta go to the roof. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Oh, that's smart.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
We gotta go.
Tangle Tower. Congratulations on getting to chapter 2, I think?
I think
now
so.
we're unfinished business.
Okay.
Alright, real quick, before you go anywhere. No. Before you go anywhere. Return to the gardens real quick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, return to the gardens real quick. Can you open up your evidence, and is there a tab for the crab? There is. Alright, tab for the crab. Lovely. So, A, who the fuck left this for you? Freya's fucking dead.
Yeah. Someone working with Freya? Flora, maybe?
Well, it's her handwriting, though.
Well,
It's
no,
Freya's
clearly...
handwriting.
Oh, the best of luck you two is weird. Unless we can... But... They don't know who they were hired by.
Exactly. I don't know, and I don't remember if the game confirms this, but I suspect that Freya knew she was gonna get killed. And so she preemptively hired a pair of detectives knowing that this shit was gonna happen. But now my second question is, who left this here?
Yeah, that's the
Because
big...
the note and the little device might have been hers. I will say, let's maybe call this Soul Bearer, for example, right? Like, clearly Freya set this up, but this wasn't here when we first got here, and it is here now, with the full intention of us finding it. So who the fuck left it here?
I guess the only person based off of, like, information would be potentially Fifi, because Fifi's, like, 100% dedicated to Freya. Even if she doesn't know what any of it means.
Once again, I genuinely do not remember if there's a de facto answer to this, but I will let you know that, like, my suspicion, because remember, they had full conversations with each other. I think she fully confessed to Flora that she thought she was gonna get murdered, and was like, when the detectives get here, please leave this for them.
I can see that too.
Right.
I did bring her name up earlier as well.
I'm going to shortcut this a little bit for you as well, by the way, just because, once again, time, and I think, like, this portion that I'm going to kind of just guide you on is not the actual puzzle. We're going to talk about the actual puzzle in a second. Click on the heart.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Because I mean, I think you realized that I was going to be like, yo, we need to play the maybe cassette tape music to hear things.
I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
However, before we do anything, I'm about to say, you can click through those for a second.
Oh, these are the shapes of the things that'll probably pop up in the...
So if you turn this back to the original symbol, including that one, before we even leave, I want you to theorize what each of these things is and where you need to go in order to find these noises.
This is that tape that was underwater, I think.
What
Or
makes you
this
say
one. Because I remember hearing birds first, but it was distinct about humming, right? That was the point of that?
It was humming, which you need... I would say that makes more sense for the humming, yes.
The piano's the pink tape, right?
Do you think so?
Because, yeah, it was Poppy playing. Or it's the melody. It's the melody given by
I'm going to give you just a little clue, once again, to help expedite this just a little bit, because I think we're actually going to come down to the wire. I don't think we're going to be able to do
Poppy's
the
playtime
today.
Poppy playtime.
Poppy's playtime. The thing that the little crab guy is looking for is 8 notes long, exactly.
Yeah, it's the thing from Primrose. It's Primrose's, like, sheet music.
Correct. It's Primrose's song. So, humming, Primrose's song, what's the bell and what's the birds?
Bells.
You did hear both of these early last week.
Well, birds could just be in like, what is it,
in
Penny's room. Yeah.
It makes sense. There's a lot of birds in there, right?
Or the rooftop garden.
I think since you already suspect the humming and the notes, like the Primrose's song, let's do those first, and then we'll discuss the other two.
Let's come back later.
Wait, let's do... We said the humming... Yeah, no,
So for the humming, you would have to go into Flora's room and play the green cassette tape.
Yeah, let's go do this one real fast, though, since we're done.
Sure, makes sense. Remember, it's presenting the framed notes to her.
Yeah.
And that's why it wasn't checked off?
Correct.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
I can't pull it out, though. Right? Unless it just counts.
Normally that would. I thought it would just kind of do a thing. Check the... Oh, there you go. Yeah, crap. Boom. Piano, and then it gives you a symbol.
Oh, it's recorded it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect.
Alright, to Flora's room!
There's a rose on this too. Because we know it's
because remember they said this belonged to Primrose, was handed to Poppy, Poppy gave it to Freya, Freya gave it to Flora. So it actually just went from sister to sister.
I think one of the biggest things that I haven't really figured out is why is everything cracked?
I will say you did technically get some significant clues as to why that might be, but I fully forgive you for not putting 2 and 2 together because it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I feel like the answer would be weird.
All right, so what are the 2 things you're looking for?
Bell and a bird.
Birds. So do you want to go to Penny's?
We can, or the rooftop. We can hit the rooftop.
Or the rooftop, whichever one you want to do first. So remember, you're looking for a sequence of, like, I don't know, birds chirping or whatever that's like 8 notes long. And unless you have something to like click on to like make the noise,
Trees.
it won't
In a
do it.
garden.
Mm-hmm. In a garden.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be like anything to click on here. That's bird related, at least. Oh, the freaking this place.
Sorry, I keep calling this Penny's room. It's literally not her room.
Yeah.
And especially.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
I guess I'm not allowed to do anything to this.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
So, once again, just in an effort to kind of expedite this a little bit, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I am going to tell you, once again, that you did hear both of these noises before. Like, you clicked on something and it made a tune, but you didn't realize
A little
what
writing
the
this.
There's nothing written in the book.
Until now.
Yeah.
The clue that I'm going to give you that is obviously much more directed is that both of these noises you encountered within your first 3 rooms upon arriving on the island, or like locations upon arriving on the island.
Okay. Bell. Okay, well that was way faster than I thought.
Tangle Tortor. Nope. That was the 4th location. That was actually the 6th location you looked at. This was number 2. This was number 4. This was number 5.
Number 5? Where did I go to third?
Saba, where'd you start?
So this is 1, right? But
Yeah,
I was like,
and
what's...
the front door was 3. I said it was within the first 3
Oh,
locations we explored.
These little guys? I
They
can't
were
freaking
literally
believe
the
it.
first thing you ever clicked on in this game was those birds. And that's how I knew that, like, if I just let you kind of do your own thing, we would have just checked every room for birds. And it's like, we don't have time for that.
Okay.
That's
All right, well, you did
formalities,
it.
I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
We're literally right before the gardens, so you don't have to go far.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to...
See, once again, the puzzle was just do it, right?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Saba!
Oh, it's eyes!
Secret
Where
room!
do you think it goes?
Down.
We have nothing else to do, so let's go.
You literally have nothing else to do. That's why I kind of guided you to doing this last.
Well, that was fast. Chapter 3.
Underneath. All right.
Oh my
Welcome
god.
to the room underneath the gardens.
What's in there?
She's also into bugs.
It's a little diagram of a beetle with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's
No,
weird.
I'm not gonna remember where all these like
What?
formulaic stuff is.
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Yeah, like diamond beetle, something beetle, pink.
Sponge beetle.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
No, I don't have photographic memory, John Smith. I think that's the problem.
You know what I was thinking of, by the way?
cracked glass
Is his
tank
name
with 9
John
little
Smith,
rooms.
like I've been saying, or is it actually John Smythe? Because it's 2 eyes.
I don't know, but I like Smith better.
Each
I
one
like
has 1 or
Smith
2
like
insects
me.
inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I have been called both. Okay.
I like that you called them rooms.
I like that you call them rooms.
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
I feel like we're gonna open
Is
this,
it locked?
Seems likely,
and
doesn't
it's
it?
a beetle will pop up.
Weird looking
All right, Saba, good luck with this
Pretty
one.
sure
This
the
one
latch
took me
is
a
key
hot
slide into the
second.
middle.
You must fabricate a path from the key to the lock. Create an unbroken path from the key to the lock. No gaps, no nothing.
Definitely
Fuck
not
you.
that either. Must be that.
I don't know if that counts. That might count. Genuinely, I don't know.
Because it has to start here. You can also work backwards.
Correct. Well, you know it's not that.
This doesn't touch anything,
No,
though.
but there's another blue tab.
Oh, I forgot.
There you go.
I forgot about that man right there.
Saba kicking and screaming. I don't get it!
I don't get it!
Just kidding.
Oh!
I would say the key to this puzzle is once you have something that looks like it matches up, only focus on the tabs that would overlap the one that you just did, right? Because then you'll start making a path and you'll be able to start logically figuring out who cares about what.
I think this is probably better. This doesn't look sunny.
Hey, curl back in, curl backwards. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I just have to push this down a bit, huh?
Okay.
Don't fret it. I got this. I got this. It's definitely not that one. No, it's not enough for that one. No, it has to be this one. That makes sense. But it requires it to overlap, right?
Yes, like I said, unbroken. I mean, you've made a lot of progress on this one. Maybe try to do some from the other side?
Okay, I think I pulled out these two, right?
You currently have 3 things that all seem to, like, make progress in some way, so...
Does that count?
No, I don't think so. It kind of looks like it, so maybe you could try, but I think it's something more like this, and then you just do that. You see?
Yeah. Has to be this guy. Or it's not that guy.
I mean, that red tab can still go further, right? Yeah.
Oh, and then we can bridge the gap.
Oh, hey! That's kind of neat.
And then...
All the way back.
Oh, we go back!
Alright, you're making progress, I think. Oh! Okay. You need a bridge between them, I guess. Because it's literally just that little gap right there.
I'm not missing one though, right?
I mean, I guess it's that orange. I think maybe that orange, the first orange tab. Maybe that one's wrong. No, because there'd be a gap. I don't know. I was like, because that looks right. That looks like too good to not be correct.
So look, we're going this way.
Can this go any further? Is there anything else?
But look, we know. Actually, wait. No, it doesn't appear to connect to anything else. But like, there's nothing there.
Can you pull out the blue tab that's like way in the back, like this one? Like, you can see like now. See, there you go.
Okay.
Now there's a bridge. You can pull that red tab. Not that one. The other one. Yeah, there you go. See?
There we go.
Isn't that an unbroken path?
I think so.
I think you did
That's
it.
the one.
Yay! That was
that one
cool.
is that one is like a very annoying puzzle, but I like it.
You just gotta take a hot
Anything
second.
inside?
Yeah.
The thing that I wish that puzzle had, I
research.
wish it had like I wish it would snap to like certain spaces.
Not about
Secret
this
research.
creature.
Secret research, a folder containing research notes and diagrams. Number 1, our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. Number 2, These chemicals are continuously present in the water, forming clouds and filling the quote-unquote lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Number 3, smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles.
Okay.
As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected.
Man, we're gonna have to look at these chemical
Whose
compounds.
research is this?
And we're gonna have to
I would
do
definitely click on her, yeah.
This is some
Secret
So I
serious
want you to know,
lab.
can you pause real quick?
That's impressive, but it's.
So I just want to let you know, in my
There's a
playthrough,
section missing.
I got down here before discovering the attic. So it's like
Wow.
I was down here, found this research, was like, dude, what the fuck? This is hype. And then she didn't have question marks over her head, and I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? And I had to like look it up, where it's like, oh, you just look at Pointer's telescope for the second, like, because the first time you try to click it, it's like, oh, you can't do that. Talk to him first. And then I forgot to click on it again. So when you go back, then you get the attic, then you get that thing, then you have some like suspicion to do, and then you get to like do this. And it's like, God damn it. So I'm glad I had you do it in the right order.
That makes sense, John Smith as well. Yeah.
What did John Smith say?
Talking about mammal biomass maxing because of people. I
What
wonder
goes
if
next?
this has anything to do with, I don't know.
The thing that is literally labeled number 4. Ta-da!
Oh, okay.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
What do you think he's trying to do?
Pointer.
Pointer has been planning to kill, was hiding from, has been trying to breed the golden beetle. Wasn't aware of, locked up, has been planning to kill, was hiding from, was planning to breed the golden beetle.
I don't know. I
in
don't think
a
anything was pointing to this though, right? Breeding.
Saba, I want you to think about this for even 2 seconds. If you have a beetle that is naturally born with a carapace that is made of like 90-something% pure gold, do you think that might be worth, I don't know, a shit zillion dollars?
So when I was thinking about this, I was kind of thinking about it in terms of how, what is it, Fitz made the other plant. No, he's trying to capture it in order to breed more of them, not trying to make.
Correct. He
a
wants
bug
to.
that
He
looks
wants
like
to
it.
create a literal gold farm. That's what that
God,
was his
John
thing.
Smith.
What did John Smith
Calm
say?
down.
Me? For him.
John Smith needs to calm down. John Smith needs to hold on. The underground lab. Okay.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite.
There you go.
Might
It's all
explain
about
why he was so
inheritance.
worried
Once
about
again,
losing
it's
Beetle.
about
Maybe somebody
It's
Freaking
literally just about these two
Pointer
like, people like
Felix?
hitting on each other.
And the thing is,
I said
Felix.
Sally's voice actor is so goddamn hot. John Smith, you're super right.
That part was fine. The one afterward was like, I needed to calm down.
What, fucking jonesing to get into Sally's pants? Dude, look up Sally's original sprite from the game prior to this. It was like Detective Grimoire and the whatever. And like straight up, almost every sprite and every animation she has in that older game, it's just Sally like presenting her ass to the screen. And that's it.
God.
Like that's all of her animations.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
There is a second floor below this floor.
Oh. Yeah, there's
You
nothing
ready?
else in here, right?
Well, they just said that, so yeah. Behold, the bottom of the lake.
Lowest level, huh? Oh.
We're
Oh,
too late.
that's attached to a red...
This photograph.
A red
It's
thing!
By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
It is a metal rod. A sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
The photo, it is a damaged
his
photograph.
father.
It has been framed but is slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl who, I will remind you, has long flowing silver hair.
Yeah, I know.
A large
yeah.
man is sitting next to her who has a blue beard. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. This is a photograph of young Flora and her beloved father
yeah.
before he disappeared.
Or I guess in this case, maybe someone told him.
Do you know
Or
who it
maybe
is?
murdered.
In the photo?
I would keep looking.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly
Gosh.
neglected.
2 cloaks.
Grappling arrow.
And a green
That
hat
is true,
draped on
it's a
top for good
grappling arrow.
measure.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
I see your point.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are
Another
we?
mystery. That's 2 mysteries in a row.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
All right, Sabi, you ready for the coolest shit ever? Mythids? That's what we said,
Oh,
right? We
that's
said
Soul
mythids.
Bearer.
Mythids of the Sea and Sky, a children's picture book. It's very old. Number 1, the ink dip bird, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. Number 2, the silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Number 3, the soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. Look at the icon for the crab thing, by the way. No,
Yeah.
top. The buttons at the top.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The
See?
Soul Bearer.
It's the
Okay,
three.
okay.
Three claws.
Yeah.
And then, amphibie. That's what it was. A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. See, this is the amphibie was the creature from the last game that was just like, everybody thought was just like a make-believe whatever, but it's real. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more.
Need 2.
I think that is
it's
referring to
the-
the little toy.
Yeah.
The little toy thing. Because remember, she says, I have 2 now, I need 2 more. I think those are
That's
the
the
notes.
code.
I think you're
There's a roll of
doing an
paper.
I'll
impression.
see if I can reach
Let
it.
me guess. Blank.
Why not?
Mythid Mansion, north side cross section.
Misted, but okay, you're fine. Yeah.
Misted. The portions are labeled rooftop garden, storage, library, bedroom, grand hall, study, bedroom.
These were before the
music room,
towers.
and aviary. So it seems as if Freya's room was in fact storage. So that's one.
Yeah.
But you will also notice several things about this, which I'm sure they'll talk about in a moment. Where's the rest?
They said they added the towers later, right?
Correct. They did say that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That shows that there was more here than meets the eye.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
Have you?
I forgot I can click on things.
Music room. It's the aviary.
Because we talk.
A bedroom.
Penny's
Oh,
room, I
a
think.
study.
Study. Wait,
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
how did we miss it? A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
What room does the study connect to based on this?
Oh, it's that weird. It's like clearly it looks like an elevator, but it has an aquarium in it.
But it's full
The
of
grand
water
hall.
with no fish in it.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
I think we finished with this now.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Building plans. Misted mansion. Sorry, misted.
Misted. Yeah, misted.
Mythid. I like mythid.
Mythid? Okay.
Mythid. Northside cross section, roll parchment, Players Grand Mansion has been drawn. Horizontal line marks where the lake used to be, and the second marks where it is now. So the lake used to be much lower, and then they filled it so that way it covered both of the rooms that you just explored. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room, listed as storage, a room labeled study, is in the center. Quick question before we move on, because I think you're good to start talking to her to like do the she's looking at you. What did he describe the bottom of the lake as?
Like there's nothing.
He said white and smooth, right?
As if is this supposed to be a weird thing? It's like it's at the back of like something.
Well, what I would ask you, and we're not going to have enough time to go back there, I guess, but do you remember the snow globe that you found in the library?
Was it like on like a white rock or something, or was
It was like,
broken?
it looked as if the entire lake and the mansion was encased within like a broken eggshell.
Yeah.
So because remember they were described as like smooth white cliff faces that no one can climb to like get a good look at the whole thing. This shows that actually those extend into a semi-sphere all the way under the lake as well.
It's weird, man.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom.
Nah,
not lighter.
John Smith. It's
Why
I
is
like
it
working
down
on
here
stuff.
anyway?
Like
And why is it
mentally
so much
figuring it out
older
with
than the
other
rest of
people,
Tangle
so-
Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
What's in the lake for? I don't know. Well, let's go to this.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Which one is it?
Oh.
I once again, I did reveal this
Felix
early
made a
just
little
because
model
it
of
made me
him
so fucking
for Flora.
sad.
Yeah,
Just like I feel
makes
so
sense
bad
when you
for
know who he
Flora,
is.
man. Her father's name was Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have
Three
guessed.
of the ink
Times
birds.
sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Okay.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last...
Let's go! Let's go! To the study, Saba!
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Ah, yes, and the only glowing thing here is this.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Room
You
is
just
under
leave
the
it alone
lake,
and you
the
just
other
end the game.
ones. And the king, yeah.
Ta-da.
Oh, how unexciting. A ladder. I thought it would be something else that's cooler.
I do think you have to click on it. Or can you click on that?
I click on what? Go through here.
That.
Yeah?
Yeah, there you go. I
Okay.
clicked on the ladder. Next chapter.
That's how they told me to move.
The Hidden Heart. Welcome to the study, Saba.
God.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have
That's the
2
thing,
claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching
Yeah,
it?
in real life.
Gamor, don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated, and the claws can be opened or closed.
Okay. Remember. Ah! I need to be reminded of what it looks like.
This
Hold
crab really reminds
That little one.
Yeah, but I think
I
I've
don't
seen
remember if it was
once.
open or closed. Hold on, we're going back. Da-da-da-da-da. Here we go. So, both open. This one's straight,
Well, it's like a little
but
bent,
tilting.
but yeah.
This part's straight. And then
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so open.
And then don't forget the little, claw.
Yeah, the little guy.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also,
Let's go. Wait, that one's up. That way. Tilted. They were touching each other though, but I guess this doesn't matter.
perfect.
Nice. Is that a crossbow?
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
That.
Crossbow.
Oh my god! Is
with a-
it? Is it the professor? Did he shoot? I don't know.
It has a spot on top in which something could be screwed in. And then
Oh
something
my
on the
god!
bottom
It's the mini telescope!
Sama's like,
Oh my god!
What is it?
You should finish exploring this.
Some kind of fish.
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Oh,
Centipede.
Oh my god! It's the shadow of a crossbow!
How many legs has it got?
Too many. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
But we found it!
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes.
Oh no.
But yeah, there's something.
Oh no! Oh my
Not much more than a pile.
god!
Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible.
Okay.
And
Fabric.
For no reason, they just completely ignore the very obvious white and red feather.
So, okay, because I was like, did they kill the bird? But then I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like, okay, did someone
the bird
fake
left.
a bird?
We know that the bird flew away.
Someone
Right.
faked the bird in order to have maybe Flora fall down and so to have someone shoot.
So what the fuck are you talking
I don't know.
about?
We gotta go back. Okay, sorry. We gotta
You're
go back.
spiraling slightly.
I'm going crazy.
Someone made a fake bird, and then Flora.
Some of them are.
Like,
At
what
least
the
they're all
fuck
empty.
are you talking
That's a good
about?
thing. You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
I would like to point something out.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
Was it the head? No.
Worm.
That's the one.
That's the one. It's a worm. So that
Pinboard
thing in the
hung
back
up on
corner.
one of the
Hold on.
There's a
Real quick.
couple
Wait,
of
go.
things missing
One
from
second.
it.
I know. You're just
Okay.
clicking because you're so excited. The thing that was in the back corner, the thing that looks like a bear that's like standing up.
Yeah.
That creature in this, or that like stuffed taxidermy in this room full of like fucked up weird animals.
Yeah.
You remember when they just said in their research that it's like, it appears as if the mutations can make their way up the food chain, but we
not
have
to
not
like
seen
mammals
any
and stuff.
evidence.
Yeah.
Right? We haven't seen any evidence that it's affected mammals yet. There was a taxidermy there of like a fucked up bear, and in the attic, you remember that there was
that
there
thing
was
in
a
the
taxidermy of a wolf that was standing upright.
Clearly.
I think that this shit has gone much further than you expect. Pinboard. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A small sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure.
That is Hawkshaw and Hawkshaw, and that is that sketch. Why is I don't get the 1, 2.
Hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Something was taped here. Do we have something that was tape? It has tape on it. Oh, the photo of the painting, and that's what the 1, 2, 3 is.
Interesting.
What is this painting?
I don't know if there's anything else to look. Did you look at the chair and stuff?
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the inside.
Maybe. Coffee table, half. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
There you go. Notebook. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th ambassador located. Finally. I can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know. It's time.
Don't forget, Misted is supposed to be mythical and cryptid together, I think.
Correct. Yeah.
Or mystical, or whatever.
It's mystical. It's mystical cryptid. Yeah.
Okay, so.
So I know misted, but I like mythical. It's in my mind.
I guess it's supposed to be this. Like, this is the guy they found.
Someone's been using
Another mystery. I would suspect that that's pretty much it.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
This is crap.
Do those look like scratch marks to you?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
Oh, sea creature kept in here. Eh?
All right. Oh, and there's a mystery you didn't unlock yet. Oh well. We'll do that in a second, I guess.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
All right, Saba, reassemble this weapon.
Oh, what came down here, though? I don't know what's down there. I think the lens is on top, obviously. Oh, the really thingy. Duh. Okay, so it takes a second.
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Alright, time for another one.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table, Makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
We've already figured this out. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I don't know if they're trying to make anything, but remind myself what the second one is. It was the painting. I get it's interesting that it looks like Hawkshaw. Hawkshaw, whatever. It looks like Hawkshaw.
Sketches.
Something about Hawkshaw.
Freya designed Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why
It looks
Freya
like
made
Hawkshaw
that
from the
painting,
back.
but it may have been why
Well, it looks
somebody
like
took
Hawkshaw
a
from the
photo
front.
of
The
it
gap in
to
the
use as
clouds and the
reference.
mountain is her face.
That's for those sketches of
Okay.
Hawkshaw.
That makes sense
I
too.
don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else.
It's actually like
Someone with
not
less of a
to
talent
be
for art.
this guy or
Doesn't
whatever, but I
exactly
was actually a
narrow
little
it down.
surprised because you were making a lot of really great
Should we
logical
go ask Detective
deductions last
Hawkshaw
week.
about all this?
But you saw that
I'm not
painting and then
sure.
immediately
I
went to
still don't know
Hawkshaw
what's
for
really
some
going
reason
on.
after and didn't make that connection. And I was like, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Well, if you didn't notice, I also saw that flower and also didn't realize that it was supposed to look like Penny. So I think those two things are similar.
That's a little bit more abstract. Because like if you go to the map real quick, like you don't need to leave, just go to the map. Look at Freya's room. Like that just like the painting just looks like Hawkshaw from this far away, right?
Does it?
Yeah, it's the
Wow.
long like conical red coat and then her like fucked up black hair. Yeah, that looks a lot like Hawkshaw.
Okay, what am
Now
I
that being
missing?
said, they do a really great job of like obfuscating that fact from you
Ooh,
because
Not sure, but it
when you
looks
see
like someone didn't
Hawkshaw
like them
in
very much.
person,
Her eyes
she's
have all been
mostly
crossed
turned
out.
around. Group photo. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque on the base of the frame reads the Ambassadors of Misted Mansion. The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing...
Is that supposed to be Primrose? If that's Primrose, then I see where freaking Poppy gets her head from.
I think you may or may not be right. Hey, the guy in the green coat. If you want to hover
Like
over
this looks like
guy.
Felix's dad.
That looks like Felix's dad. The one in the middle back looks like a younger version of Flora's dad.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the one in the middle is somebody else. I don't know exactly who she is, but the guy in the green coat was the murder victim from the last game.
Oh, and she looks a little bit like Fifi's hair, maybe. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken.
Kind of Fifi, kind of Poppy in a way. I don't know. Like it's just like the buoyant red hair. But anywho, shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have their faces crudely covered with black ink.
This is the third one, yeah. The last one we were missing.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
We're making progress.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
That guy's way too tall. Okay, the murder! We've got to figure it out.
Which is the final chapter. You have about 22 minutes unless you want to go a little long.
We'll see.
Time to solve this.
You're almost there. Like I said, the game just kind of ends.
All right.
The machinations
Break
of
out the
murder.
notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it,
but okay.
and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was
It
stabbed with
cleaned,
like a
then
pointed
it was hidden.
tip, right?
I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya. It was fired from in front of Freya. It was fired from behind Freya.
Above, right? Because of our stuff.
Correct.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
There you
Attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even
Perfectly
found a part
aligned
of the murder
for
weapon
her
up there.
heart to
The
be
reel
revealed
was
when she
used to
fell
pull the
down.
arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
And that's how
The murderer
you can't just
must
really.
have
It's
dropped the reel in the
there's
end.
one thing to drop a
I'm
knife
guessing
on
they were
someone.
in a
There's
hurry
another
to
to
escape.
shoot them
To shoot
with a crossbow.
Exactly.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back. Freya was never hit by the arrow. The arrow was
I
fired
imagine she was
diagonally.
already lying on her back by the time the arrow was shot.
I would suspect that to be true.
Freya's already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I
Makes
think
sense.
so too.
She'd already been killed. She'd fallen unconscious, or she was relaxing.
This is the only thing that makes sense here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room
I
caused
guess
Freya
she
to fall unconscious.
died.
The gramophone, flora, or paint fumes.
This one I don't know. I guess remember the blood. But that's not an option here.
What else? It's been a while. What else was weird about the crime scene?
The cracked gramophone?
That is very true.
Oh.
And just to be sure, Flora loved Freya, so I don't know why she would knock her out. And why would an artist,
just the idea of that was funny.
why would an artist be
Yeah,
susceptible
if it
to
was
passing
paint
out
fumes.
from paint fumes?
I wonder if it's was it the song that was
The
in
gramophone.
there? Yeah,
Right.
John Smith. I
But the
wonder.
Well, you
gramophone
played
by
it.
itself can't do that.
The gramophone emits poison gas. There was something in the gramophone, or it was
it has
the
to be the
music being
music.
played.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the gramophone.
Okay.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Okay, the only thing that
Doesn't look
that I
like
was thinking of is remember the broken piece of glass that was in like the mouth of the.
There was a right
Yeah.
in the music room. There was a little trumpet guy, right, and then there was a
Yeah.
broken glass in there. There was actually one other place. I didn't call it out because once again, I'm trying not to quarterback so much. But there was one other place that you've seen really recently that had cracks on everything.
Because there was
I
the
don't know if you-
paint, there was the crack in the glass of the first layer of the underground.
Secret lab.
Yeah.
So yes, almost every glass surface in that room had a crack in it that didn't fully destroy the thing it cracked. It just put a crack down the middle. And what was that room full of?
I'm a little confused by your question. Like,
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
so I guess it's better to say poison
There
gas
is a
doesn't make
piece,
sense.
there is a description of a piece of evidence that you read last week that you don't remember, and that's why and once again it's a big reveal, so I'm trying not to just tell you outright. So I say we could just keep going, and you'll figure it out in a minute or two.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
So that was the statue I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. There was something. Remember, Fitz and Poppy were in the garden, and they said that they heard some fucking loud and weird-ass noise, right?
Screeching, metallic.
Like a screeching, metallic sort of noise, right?
Yeah.
There is a piece of evidence that you have in your possession that specifically said that it produces, or it could produce rather, extremely loud noises. I will give you a hint and say it's not traditionally something that you would assume would make loud noises.
I definitely do not remember.
Oh, right, you can click and get definitions for stuff before submitting them. Okay, so yeah, so you can definitely, you don't have to look through everything, but once again, there is a piece of evidence in here that specifically says that it makes an extremely loud noise.
That's the gramophone. Shards of glass. Don't think it's this. Or this. I don't think it's this plant.
You just clicked on. No, you were.
I was on it.
On everything. You clicked on everything around it. like if you were trolling me, you'd be doing fucking flawlessly.
I don't know.
Click on the one in between the diary and the models. Read it.
Loud hiss
of over 95 decibels. 95 decibels is similar to the sound, the volume of a jet engine taking off.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I think that's
So it's like, this is why I think this one is really interesting, right? Because it's like, it's a golden beetle. Obviously, what your brain registers is that it's a beetle made of fucking gold, and that's what's important, right? But if you skim over, because I read this out loud to you, and even talked about how, oh, that's weird, isn't it? You were like, that is weird. But I think you just registered it as, like, this is a weird bug, right?
Yeah,
but it's just like,
clearly.
You have to remember the other thing, which is that this beetle is fucking loud when it's scared.
That definitely, yeah, I definitely did not think about that at all.
It can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
Loud enough to break stuff.
Any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone.
Yeah, you asked me to wait.
I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
Who knew that?
This is getting kind of scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's
but they said someone else went into. Oh, and they wanted to test if the shape would influence, like, this.
The amplification of the noise.
Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage, too.
Who was affected by the... What is it asking me? I guess this, right?
In Flora's room, Saba.
Oh, Freya's paint.
Correct, and the gramophone, and the cassette tape.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself.
Any of these that you presented
similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal.
Jet engine vibration.
Enough to knock someone out all the way across the room.
Once again, jet engine amplified through a gramophone's horn.
If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it.
Well,
They
earmuffs,
can't have been
but
much
yes.
further away from the
Ear
gramophone than
blocking
Flora was.
headphones.
The earmuffs that had been stolen
They
a
protected
week
themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
Yeah.
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
The scent of
Maybe.
blood?
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
Oh, that's sad.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
I have nothing to do.
That's so.
Yeah. In the
there.
middle of the night. She's not in her room. Okay, what do you want? Okay, well she didn't explain. Okay, the painting.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
It's the blood. Da, 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 da. Okay, am I supposed to be clicking on something new here?
I thought there was a conversation that you had. I remembered it being another thing where it's like they're talking to each other, but I might be wrong.
It's dark.
Can you really not?
I'm hearing
does
like
Sally
a bug
really not,
noise? I don't know.
Does Sally really not have anything to say?
Just clicked on her. Missing
So you must.
something.
Okay, so clearly you must have something left to click on.
It's dark.
Because it's another like mystery segment.
You hear the I don't know whatever how to even like say this noise. Plant.
Kinda.
Plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Look at that.
Oh.
It's in the little bird book. It has peculiar feeding habits and only eats the seeds of that plant, essentially. So when Flora is standing in her tower staring up at the sky all day, that little plant that was right next to her is to try to entice her precious ink-tip bird to return.
Okay, I don't know where this bug is.
Why are you so
In the
worried?
attic?
The stars.
I'm hearing something.
You're so worried about the bugs, Saba.
Stop bugging me. But it has to be in this tower, right? Like.
It is in this tower, yes.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what you're supposed to click on.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Things I've already.
Is it possible that it's just refreshing you on
Yellow?
all of the...
The yellow?
I mean,
is
yeah,
the yellow important? Where's
There you
the
go.
yellow?
There you go. You just had to get all. You had to get all of the. You had to reintroduce all of the things.
The yellow.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We knew she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink-dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else. We never found it. We found it in Flora's tower.
We found it somewhere else, right? In the incinerator?
Yes.
We found it somewhere else.
In a part 2?
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
Someone sent a bird?
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
Inside Flora's egg. It's in the unfinished painting, or it's in the gramophone.
It's not in Flora's egg, right? That was a thing.
It's empty.
Yeah. They would have seen it in the gramophone, right?
I would agree with that.
And so the only thing out of deduction and inference is it's in the painting.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
The other
It's
plant?
true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish
The
it.
other plant.
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting? What did she set up right before she started actually putting paint to canvas that showed her entire plans? There you go.
It's yellow.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to
And
need
that's why I was like,
before
why
she
is there
started
yellow
painting.
on here when there's no yellow anywhere else? There's nothing else, right? There's no Flora's head or the potted plant. It's whatever this is.
Yellow paint was going
Let's
to
go.
be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Okay, now I don't really.
What is it, Saba?
Fruit? The beetle? The fruit.
I'm gonna let you know
It's a
that
plant.
they have been very tricky to keep this from you the whole time. They have used cheaty perspective stuff, and like they've redrawn this particular piece of evidence a couple times, and each time they redraw it, they change it slightly, so that way it's not a pattern that you would recognize too much. But there is something in your evidence that looks exactly like that part of the sketch.
That has yellow in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not a statue. I think it's the gramophone or the empty egg. This bird! Bastard. The top of the bird. Ah!
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
Hello?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Excuse me?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But
Oh my-
before we begin, isn't
Pause
there
real
a
quick.
certain formality demanding our
She,
attention?
I guess, birds, shape-shifting and all that?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't
She'll
freaking
explain
know.
She'll explain her logic in a moment, but there's a really huge clue as to their connection with each other, Hawkshaw and Penny, because as most voice actors are, they're quite talented.
Their voice,
They
yeah.
both share the exact same voice actress, just doing completely different voices.
It's like, now that I think about it, they do sound similar.
it's literally the same woman doing both voices, and now she's doing kind of a middle ground in between them a little bit. Not as like flamboyant as Penny, but not as like rigid as
gruff.
Hawkshaw.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Presumably
this woman is dangerous. This woman who has been disguised the entire time.
Yes.
What are you gonna tie her hands with?
With the real thingy. That's rope. Right?
Something sturdy to tie her hands. I mean, it's a sturdy rope. I can see that. I don't remember, but I mean that
literally
makes sense.
Nothing else.
Lovely.
There you go.
Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I wanted to help Freya's friends. I just needed to know the truth or justice for Freya. What was it, Saba? This is not a correct answer. This is just what did you, the player, feel? Did you feel that Freya's death was a tragedy and you wanted to know exactly what happened and why? Or were you just playing a video game that your friend wanted you to see so you needed to know the truth?
Don Smith wanted to hear Sally talk more.
Obviously, everyone does.
I guess I just needed to know the truth. I wanted to know what happened. But it's also for the sake of everyone else, you know?
Once again, there's no wrong answers.
Yeah.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
It still doesn't
You know
tell
what?
me
I
why
just realized
she died.
I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
Is this supposed to like tie into that moth butterfly thing we saw? You think?
Kinda. I'm gonna let her finish talking. Like, I'll let this scene play out, and then I'll give you just kind of like a summary of like a couple things that are really interesting about seeing this game again for the second time, knowing all of this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
I would say she's lonely.
I would say that I would agree.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons, Poppy's mother, Primrose, and her brother Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that, the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study?
I mean, the attic didn't really have much, and she essentially lives in the aviary.
Yeah, so that's the only...
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
Oh, because
hear
the
voices.
warm wall and the
Deep
Mhm,
ones.
mhm.
And the
furnace.
strangest thing, the
Whatever it's
wall
called.
behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
What am I doing here? What is this?
It's the next thing that she's saying. Just
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Yeah.
do you know what they are?
Mistids? Sure,
Those
yeah.
creatures in the books and stuff.
More observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
It's everything we kind of found. The group photo?
Makes sense, because the children's book was at the bottom of the lake. Or
Yeah, so
whatever,
was
right?
the building
group photo could make sense.
plans. I think so, because this seemed to have been there before. And this has the people that
Crossed
maybe
out.
left, yeah.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
So, by the way, thinking about this then, so Penny also wanted to be an astronomer.
No,
maybe
she was lying.
She was lying about that, okay.
She was outright lying, and that's why I was like, I don't know. Like, if you ever go back and watch the VOD of this, like when you were like, "Oh, that's so cute," I was like looking directly into the camera because once again, Hawkshot is Penny, and Penny was lying through her fucking teeth.
Okay. Because I was gonna be like, it could have been another like level as to why maybe if she dislikes. What is it?
What I would say is that, and I was gonna kind of save this for the end, so I won't make this too long, but like, I think Penny suffered from like a very severe inferiority complex, because the home in which she grew up and lived was built by great people, or at least people that she was told were great, and then she tried her best. I fully believe that she tried every which way to make something of herself, and only really found success in like birds later in life, right? Because that was something that was relatively recent-ish. So like, it's entirely possible that she did actually show an interest in astrology or whatever for, a hot minute there and tried it, but didn't find the instant overwhelming success that she thought that she had to have, right? And I don't know if you can pick up on what I'm putting down here, but I wonder if somebody had recently moved to Tangle Tower and did show that kind of talent for literally everything she ever did.
Okay, which was Freya. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, gotta pause
There was
and
only
finish this.
one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood.
Well,
It
that's
was a
for people who
mask.
lived there, you know?
Something from the era of Mr. Mansion.
Which was the Golden Beetle.
Correct.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to
I mean,
call in
she
his
did
private
steal it?
detective, he jumped on
She
the
did
idea.
steal it, yes. But
Yeah.
imagine this
Arrived
character
the next
talking
day.
to Pointer, and he's like,
Hawkshot
"Yes,
tried
that
to
sounds
solve my
great."
punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshot afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole
that
Pointer's
note?
research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress. barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
She carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
It's the 10%?
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Okay. Hopefully it shouldn't take too much longer to wrap this up, right, Zach?
Yes, this is you're literally right there.
Scary.
It is funny how her face gets super angular when she's like evil, because you'll recall that Penny is like very rounded.
Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Guess that photo, the painting?
You already know this.
Yeah, but I didn't realize it was the opposite way. Like, this was based off of that.
You
versus-
thought that she made the painting of Hawkshaw.
Yeah, but it's Hawkshaw.
They
took from the
even
painting.
said back when you first saw it that was from like, years ago, where Hawkshaw only showed up recently.
For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her.
Oh, that's...
We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Oh, so
Freya
she just
had
murked
made
people.
to paint Flora.
Straight
as a
up,
birthday
yes.
gift.
She is an
Pardon.
active murderer.
She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
Beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she
Knocking
could be
them out with the loud
unconscious,
Oh, so no, she wanted
mercy.
to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope.
Remember
The very
when they ran
idea
downstairs
of something
to
abstract,
like go analyze the
something
blood?
supernatural.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Ah, well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
That's what I
Still inside
heard.
the gramophone.
You did, Saba.
Gonna get knocked out. But she doesn't have head unless she has earplugs, but I don't know if that's like good enough. That was a scary sound.
I think the game is going to imply that it is. Bird hat. This is the end of the game, by the way.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two, all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached
not obviously,
Flora's
but
tower,
okay.
you were both unconscious.
Well,
and
were they
Penny was
supposed to
crouched
carry
down
your ass?
beside you. She had her crossbow on her. But who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
Oh, okay.
Did she
Very
survive?
rational response.
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was
So
already
she
gone.
jumped into the moon
Hang
garden
on.
and then escaped
Poppy,
from there.
why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
Oh.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Okay.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's
Alright.
what she would have wanted.
That's the
Ah, I see what you mean by it. Abruptly is like, we're done now. Thank you.
Well, because like you solve that last like red question mark mystery, and then it's like let's go to the tower, and it's like okay, and then you click on a bunch of stuff, and then it's just like hey, I'm gonna monologue at you to explain why I'm the villain, and then done. Now
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, these two were actually figuring it out this entire time, and we're not going to say anything else about that.
It is very weird
Or where
that
everyone
they
else
don't
is.
like if they're trying to solve everything and like I guess they might just not have trusted you, right? But it is weird that they don't necessarily like loop you in on any of the stuff that they were discovering, I guess. I don't know. But anywho, so yeah, it was interesting because you did not necessarily indicate very much suspicion for Penny. You were very suspicious of Poppy because you thought that there was something going on with that. But the
Goodbye, bug.
when you talked to her initially, she actually has this very I don't know, she's very sad. Like she's a very flamboyant woman, obviously. I don't know, you could look at the thing while I'm talking if you want, but I would recommend looking at the original art for Sally, by the way, just so that way you can see what I'm talking about. Like just how different she is in this game versus the last game. So like this is like her initial redesign, and I fucking love it. I think that's awesome. Like the shape language is great.
Onigiri? What?
Yeah, correct. Right?
Okay.
So like keep going and see if you can get to her older ones. Yeah, so that's what she used to look like. And then you see that like okay, so here you go. So this was the three of them. So that's exactly what that's what the three of them looked like in the last game. That little girl was supposed to be one of the children of the Remingtons. Because it's like this weird grand narrative or something where it's like it's all about the Mistids and stuff like that. And so anyway, so she has like this weird thing where she has like the little girl has like minor clairvoyance, so she knows the answers to questions before you do. So the idea is that she was essentially your help button, where it's like I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You tap the button and then she just tells you. They have abandoned her, rightfully so, because she was very annoying. And they were like, well, fans really like Sally, so let's just have Sally and, like, I swear to fucking God, there is no way on earth these two are not, like, just kind of casually dating while solving mysteries. And what a life to lead, am I right?
Yeah.
But anywho, so yeah, I don't know if there's any, I mean, obviously I want to get your opinions on the game and whatnot, but I'm trying to remember if there was anything. It was just like a ton of little details that the game tells you up front, but then you obviously don't know the context of them, so you don't realize why they're significant. So like, for example, and I won't bring up any specifics, but like the poems, like when you were presenting the profiles to Poppy and she gives you like the little poetry things or whatever, like that is a really, really good indicator of just how on the ball her and Fifi were in terms of like keeping tabs on everybody in the family and like all that stuff. Because she like straight up, she was like, when in the poems, like if you're reading them, it's like she's straight up calling everybody's secrets. Like, I already know, listen, I know you're a sham, but I love you because you're my dad anyway. Or listen, Penny, I know you feel inferior and you're probably not a good person, but I hope that you get better. You know, stuff like that. She's like throwing out all these truths, but they're just like poetry, so you're like, whatever, you know? We won't play it today, obviously. Obviously,
Yeah,
we won't play it today.
leave.
We've been playing for 4.5 hours. But there is some... So clearly Penny escaped, right? So I don't know if she's going to be necessarily a reoccurring villain, per se. But the next game, Mermaid Mask, is literally just this exact same art style, new location, all that jazz. Who knows? Maybe if there's time this week, I'll just show you the demo without being on stream, because we're just going to do it again in the main game anyway. But for whatever reason, it appears as if Grim and Sally are pursuing one of the Mistids that was in the book. It was the Silver Serpent, you know, the like super
one
like
without eyes, yeah.
The one without eyes and stuff, because Mermaid Mask takes place on a giant fuck you submarine that is like everything is like giant serpents with no eyes. Like all of the wood on the inside and stuff, it's all just that, and it's like that's super cool. But yeah, anyway, so that's just, in an effort to not chew up too much more of your time, I'll end that there. But yes, how did you feel about Tangle Tower?
It was good. Yeah, the mystery was really nice. The puzzles were I liked those as well.
The puzzles were like nice. I find like when I did them, obviously, you know, I looked a couple of them up when I like whatever. But like I don't know, they're all like very quaint. You know, like they weren't like bullshit. I don't find.
Yeah, I will say it didn't like. There was like you just said, it kind of just ends. Like I wanted there to be a little more on like, well, what's gonna happen with you guys now? like, what are you guys planning on doing? And like, I just wanted some ending comments.
And
to wrap stuff
evidently,
together.
the answer to that is in the next game, right? Is like, now we're gonna start pursuing the idea of like what happened to these Mystids and stuff like that. But it's very sad because, like, once again, in the previous game, Lord Remington, the guy in the green vest with the big nose and mustache, he was the murder victim, and you catch the murderer in that. This game. So in that game, he gets murdered with a spear, like some sort of like spear thing, if I remember correctly. Or no, actually, I think it was a gun. I think he gets shot by like his own hunting rifle. But in that game, it was like, it was the Aqualing or whatever, right? The Amphibriling that did it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, in actuality, it turns out that, and spoilers, by the way, for this game that's like fucking a decade old. It was this like there was like this hippie guy that was like camping in the swamp, and he was a total poser. He didn't actually give a shit about nature. He just wanted to like be annoying. And so when Lord Remington told him like you have 1 month to get the fuck out of my swamp, he responded by making this ridiculous costume and then murdering Lord Remington. Except this game heavily implies that is not true, that guy was still full of shit because he was lying the entire game, right? So retroactively, it kind of makes sense that he would lie and take credit for someone else's murder when in actuality it was just Penny who like went to him and shot him dead. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that didn't. She said something along the lines of like, I found one and then that led me to the rest. I believe she found Lord Remington first, and then because he has letters to and from the other 4 people. But but back then they were just called the ambassadors because the lore hadn't been like fully fleshed out and stuff yet. So anyway, there you go.
I'd say that's about it. Yeah, because I guess if they start off the next game with what like. If where we just are kind of be like, okay, well, what are you guys gonna do? And then they kind of just go from there. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever.
Well, it's obviously like
weird.
a big time jump. I fully believe that Grimm like touches base with because once again he does work for like the cops, like he is a detective. Just because he doesn't have a law degree doesn't mean that he's not like actually a badged detective. But I fully believe that he like goes back, just says like this is what the report is, and then it's like, okay, now we're gonna send you to this next location because it's like. The demo starts, if I remember, like it's you and Sally sleeping in 2 separate sleeping bags, in like just this like rickety, like old cobwebbed like tavern on the edge of the sea, and like you go outside, investigate like 1 or 2 things, and then the lighthouse shines on the ocean next to you, and a fucking submarine as big as a city. like comes out of the water, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, that's your adventure. You're now in that submarine, and it's like, that's sick.
That sounds exciting. I think it'll be fun to see what else they have in store.
Oh, sorry. One last thing, and then we're gonna
end
it.
Quickly.
We're gonna be done. I know. It is heavily implied. I don't know. Maybe this is just me reading too much into it, but I think it's heavily implied because we saw evidence that the mutations do affect mammals. It just takes longer. I theorize that Freya is not just a natural savant and polymath. I actually suspect that she might have some sort of mutation that allows her to be good at essentially everything. Because it was just like, because it's kind of what Penny said, right? Where it's like the generation that came before her were great people because they had opportunities to be great, right? Then there was her, and then there was the generation after, which is like Poppy, Fifi, and Freya, and like and Fritz. Or Fitz rather, like all of them, and each of them is really good at one thing, if not more. And it's like, what's Penny's thing? Penny's thing is like birds, kinda, right?
Yeah, Poppy's is music, Fifi's is and then
Fifi's is science, and then Fitz's is gardening / botany, and so it's like, and then Freya is just good at fucking everything, like whatever she puts her mind to. So it's like, I fully believe that is a representation of the idea of like, these people, it's called Tangle Tower, or like Flora called it Tangle Tower specifically because
Penny's thing is disguise and murder.
Well, it's the gravity of like just the history of this place that keeps people stuck here, like they're tangled up and can't leave, right? And that's kind of what like Penny was talking about, and that's what Fifi is talking about. So anyway, that's why it's called Tangle Tower. Anyway, we're done.
We're done now. Okay, guys.
All right.
That was
Lovely.
good.
Good night, Saba. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'm gonna sign off here as well. Until next time, because I gotta skedaddle. Ooh, let's get rid of that. Let's see that. Anyway. Bye. Bye, John Spieth. Have a good rest of your day, night, wherever you are. See you later. Bye-bye. Until the next mystery.